Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes, Nithyanandam, everyone, welcome back. So we had an amazing power demonstration. We will be moving on to the next segment of understanding more about Devi Parashakti before we receive her darshan. So let us now invoke Parashakti by chanting the Lalita Sahasranama. Sindhu Vigraham Trinayanam Manikya Mauli Spurat Taranayaka Shekaram Smitamuki Mapina Vakshoruha Panibhyamali Ratna Chasakam Raktotphalam Bibhratim Saumyam Ratna Gatastha Rakta Charanam Dhyayet Paramambikam. The Divine Mother is to be meditated upon as shining in a vermilion red body, with triple eyes sporting a crown of rubies studded with crescent moon, a face all smiles, a splendid bust, one hand holding a jewel cup, brimming with mid and other twirling a red lotus. We'll now move to the next Dhyana Sloka. Arunam Karuna Tarangidakshim Dhrutapashankusha Pushpabana Chapam Animadibhiravritam Ayukairahamityeva Vibhavaye Bhavani. I meditate on the great Empress. She is red in color and her eyes are full of compassion. And she holds the noose, the goad, the bow, the flowery arrow in her hands. She is surrounded on all sides by powers such as anima for race, and she is the self within me. Yes, so Devi Parashakti, the ultimate pure feminine consciousness, she is the cosmic mother. It is her cosmic womb from which billions and billions of universes comes out and goes in. So the source where the Big Bang and black holes goes on. Parashakti is the source Shakti, the source energy, the source power from which all of us came, in which all of us are even now, and in which all of us are going to merge. Out of her extreme love and compassion, Parashakti herself is manifesting through the embodied form as the Nija Avatara of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. So who is going to be literally gracing us, answering all our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, our present, future, and delivering profound spiritual truths and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. So in the words of Parashakti herself, she says, rising as Omkara, expressing as Vedas and Agamas, blossomed as Hrinkara, filled as Parashodasi, living in 40 triangles, the Kailasa Swamini, who is in Kailasa Sripura Chintamani, Parashodasi, sitting as a part of Paramashiva, Parameshwari, who rules the world. Paramashakti, Manonmani, Meenakshi. As Nithyananda, I took the Nija Avadara here to give good boon to everyone, to bestow all goodness. Hiranya Garbhaswarupini, Brahmanda Yoni, Shami, Chandramauli, Rapala, Abharana, Uma Parvati, Savitri, Navayavana, Samraja Lakshmi, Parameshwari, Parashodasi, Meenakshi. Taking the form of Nithyananda, I came here as Nija Avatara. With great compassion, I am blessing. Listen. People, to do good to all of you, I took the form of Nithyananda and I came down as Nijavatara. And again, on the 30th of April 2021, Parashakti reveals, rising in Omkara, blossoming as Shiva Shiva, manifesting as the source of existence, powers of existence, expression of existence. From the oneness of Om, blossoming into two as Prakriti and Purusha, blossoming as three Shaktis, Icha, Kriya, Jnana, and growing as four Vedas, expanding as five Panchabhutas, beyond six chakras, filled as Gotras of seven Rishis, expanding as eight directions, existing as nine Grahas, blossoming as 10 Indriyas, being as 11 Rudras, creating all the worlds, bringing life to tell and make truth blossom, and to do good, Parashodasi, Meenakshi, in the form of Nithyananda, I came to bless every one of you. Yes. So let us understand how to receive Devi Parashakti. So literally, when you have the darshan, you're seeing Paramashiva and Parashakti directly in front of your screen. So let us receive her very, very traditionally by the beautiful way how the Hindu tradition says. Take a plate which is called as the tambulam, and you can arrange two betel leaf, one banana, one betel nut, and one coin, and keep this right in front of the screen before the darshan and be ready with a deep devotion to receive Parashakti every time when you are waiting for her darshan. So the coin is actually a traditional dakshina. So that means it can be of any lowest value. It can be even 1 paise in Indian money, 1 cent in US dollar. So what is the significance of you waiting with the tambulam to receive Parashakti? So it may be a very, very simple thing. Just a plate and a betel nut and a betel leaf. So what does it add to you when you're waiting with that? Yes. So when you wait with that, you really wait. For example, when you're waiting for a person who's very near to you, dear one to you, and you're literally waiting with a bouquet of flowers for them, how you would wait? So you'd be literally waiting and to see Parashakti in the real form and receive her blessing. So it adds that much of feeling connection so that you don't take Devi for granted. So you don't take her for granted seeing that, yes, she's already in the screen and oh, every day she comes. So you don't take her for granted. And that unconscious mentality, it just drops, it just breaks. And it literally reminds you and raises you to the powerful cognition again and again. Yes, I am having Devi Darshan right now, and I'm seeing Parashakti right now in front of my eyes, and let me deeply connect with her. So that is the beauty of you traditionally receiving Parashakti every time. So you can your tambula. You can take a plate, as I mentioned earlier. You can take two betel leaves, a banana, a betel nut, and a coin, and wait with deep devotion to receive Parashakti. So, with that, so as all of us are understanding more and more about who is Parashakti, for those of you who are really new, we also will be explaining to you what are the Akashic records. So, for those of you who are interested in the astrological predictions, you might be thinking that yes, it's one more prediction. So, what are Akashic records actually, and what do we benefit from an Akashic record session, and what do we exactly ask during the darshan, during the Akashic reading session? So, we will now be understanding about the definition of Akashic records. So, now we have Maniti Sadashiv Priyananda also joining along with us. Yes, Nithyananda. Can you unmute yourself? Yes.
Yes, so the Akashic records are created in time and space. Sorry, they're created in the space dimension. And whatever has happened in time is there as a file. Nothing can be destroyed. Please understand, none of your actions, thoughts, plans, emotions, words, nothing can be destroyed. Akashic records are the cosmic archives of everything that has happened, happening, and will happen.
Yes. So, Akashic records are the verbal, the visual, the five-dimensional document. So, whatever is happening is continuously getting recorded. So, all the information which you collected from all your births is actually recorded in your very DNA. So, you can access some of the Akashic records just to understand and not to waste your time again and again doing the same actions in your life.
Yes. And as Mahatma Priya Swami was saying just now, the Akashic reading is not a prediction. It is a reading from the cosmic archives. There is no such thing as past, present, and future. Beyond space, creation and destruction happen simultaneously. And in the dimension of time is where starts the past, present, and future. But in the Akashic records, there's no past, present, and future. That is why that is why we call it as happened, happening, and yet to happen. And they are already clearly recorded.
Yes. So in Swamiji's own words, Bhagavan says, nobody has a right to comment on these readings. Nobody has a right to manipulate these readings. Nobody has a right to interpret on these readings. So they are complete unto themselves and for anybody to live in tune with the cosmos. The Jivan Mukti, the living enlightenment, does not need any spiritual practice other than listening to these great readings again and again. So when you listen to these great readings, naturally you will see your negative logic is penetrated, it is broken, and these great truths, they settle in your inner space and they make you literally live enlightenment.
Yes. And only an avatar can decode the Akashic readings. As the avatar of Paramashiva graced humanity with the blessings and darshan in the form of Devi Parashakti, revealing answers to questions and to the yearning of seekers as solutions, breakthroughs, and liberating humanity from pain and suffering. Any answer given by Devi Parashakti is not just an answer, but a karmic breakthrough for the receiver.
Yes. So let us move to the Shastra Pramana from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, the scriptural reference for the power of Akashic records. So it says, Akasham Vimalam Pashyan Kritva Drishtim Nirantaram Shabdatma Takshana Devi Bhairavam Vapurapnuyat.
And the English translation goes, Bhagavan Paramashiva says, looking at the spotless infinite etheric space, Akasha, beyond the sky and clouds, one should fix one gaze from the third eye without blinking continuously and make the body and inner space steady and motionless. In that very moment, O Devi, one attains the nature and powers of the infinite space Bhairava.
We move to the Apta Pramana, the reference from the Hindu Purana Mahabharata, which narrates the story of the great sage Maitreya, who reveals the secrets of the birth of Vidura, saying that he literally accessed his Akashic records and he said he was not an ordinary man, but an incarnation of the Yamaraja, the Lord of Death. So he was to play the part of so-called Sudra for 100 years, being cursed by a sage called Mandukam.
And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says that everything that you've ever done, all your actions is collected from all of your births is collected in your DNA. And you can access some of these just to understand and not to waste the time doing the same actions again and again. Accessing the DNA code, reading the Akashic records will be useful for you to be liberated from your default future, bringing an end to binding cognitions, known and unknown suffering, and leading you to experience enlightenment.
So if you see, all the Balasans, they could read the Akashic records, but only an avatar, only an incarnation can alter, he can only edit, upgrade the Akashic records. So literally when you're having the darshan, The Supreme Pontiff blesses and upgrades the Akashic records as per your request and as per the request of the devotees.
Yes. And finally, in summary, what can you actually understand benefits from the Akashic reading? And the truth is that the benefit, what you'll be able to do, the transformation that you'll receive, that you'll be able to go through is absolutely immeasurable. But in a few words, if we can say what is the benefit, what you can get out of the Akashic reading. First, it is the most accurate and unbiased answer to any of your questions about the life, destiny, purpose, or any other everyday part of your life. It is also the greatest way that you can have the darshan of Mahakala Bhairava and sit in his space. And you can ask your questions and be relieved of all of the karmas from lifetimes and breakthrough, get the breakthrough that you need in your life. In essence, that is what you will get from the Akashic readings. And if you ask your questions during the Akashic readings, this comes to a conclusion for our segment on the introduction to Parashakti and the introduction to Akashic readings. And now moving forward, we will explain to all of the viewers, if you want to ask your question, now that you know more about Akashic reading and you're really ready, excited to ask your questions during the Parashakti Akashic reading to Devi Parashakti herself, the Divine Cosmic Mother, then we'll take you through a few steps on how to do that on all the social media platforms. Devi Parashakti has made herself available for the general public, for the whole world, to ask her questions, grant boons, or send any healing requests or anything. So all you have to do, the first step, one of the ways that you can do this is go to the live YouTube video. Many of you might already be watching. If you're already watching, then make sure that you are joined as a member. Now, underneath the video, you'll be able to see a join button. And if you click that join button, you'll be going through a few steps in order to become a member of Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel. And this gives you access and gives you so many benefits in order to make your offerings, ask your questions to Devi Parashakti, and so much more if you'd like to be a part of Kailasa and contributing to the movement of Kailasa. Now, if you want to ask your question, it's as simple as going to the chat and asking your question in the super chat that is available right next to the video. Yes, we can go on to the next one.
Yes. So the next official social media platform where you can connect to Parashakti and ask your questions is the official page in the Facebook, Kailasa's SPH JGM Nithyananda Paramashivam. So if you have not followed this page, you can go and type out, search for this page, like and follow this Facebook page. And once you're done, you can actually go and watch the live stream. And under the live stream, you can post your questions as a comment and request for blessings from Devi Parashakti.
And the next, and in the next way, you can also, if you're a frequent user of Twitter and you like Twitter as your personal social media platform, you're comfortable with it, then you can also go and ask your questions on Twitter. You can send for boons, blessings to Devi Parashakti on Twitter by first of all, going to the official Twitter handle of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism at Sri Nithyananda. And then you can ask your questions in the reply section of the tweet with the hashtag ask the avatar. So you can tag at Sri Nithyananda and use the hashtag ask the avatar in the reply section of the video. And as you can see, it's circled where you can hit reply. And on Twitter, as we are going live, some of you may be watching from Twitter, you can just reply to this tweet and ask the question that you want answered by the Divine Cosmic Mother Devi Parashakti and use the hashtag #AskTheAvatar.
Yes. So you can also ask your questions on the Instagram account. So you can go and search for Sri Nithyananda in the Instagram and follow that account. And once you like and follow that, you can ask your questions in the comment section under the live stream in the Instagram as well.
Yes. And if you're not a frequent user of social media platforms in general, you're not really comfortable, and you still like some way in order to make sure that you can ask your question today or any other day to Devi Parashakti and have your breakthrough, have whatever you want manifest into reality, you can use the WhatsApp widget that is now available on kailasa.org. Go to kailasa.org, the official website for Kailasa, and you will be able to see the WhatsApp widget in the left-hand side corner of your browser. Go ahead, and in that you can ask any question that you'd like to Devi Parashakti, and be able to receive blessings during the live Akashic reading.
Yes. So with that, we come to the conclusion of this segment of this program where we learned about what are Akashic records and how can we ask a question to Devi Parashakti during the live Akashic reading session. So we'll be moving on to the next segment of this program after a short.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, Nithyananda.
Om
Welcome back. So we'll now be moving on to the next segment of this program. How can we offer our devotion and gratitude to Devi Parashakti? So let us now invoke the Parashakti's presence and understand what is the significance of an offering. So offering is giving of a divine gift out of pure love, pure devotion and oneness, and it consists of two parts. Number one is giving and number two is accepting. So only when the divine accepts what one offers, the offering becomes complete. So offering is not made out of fear or out of greed. So when an avatar lands, the offerings are purely a part of the grand Leela played out only for the purpose of enlightenment. So we will now invoke Parashakti, the Dhyana Sloka. Indu nibaveda karava ninayanam syat pankaja varabhaya japaksha sarayuktam angahimabhushana vichitra vasanam syat tungamakutojvala bhanonmani swarupam.
Yes, and the English translation goes, moonlight face holding Veda on the hand, fire in eyes, with lotus power gracing and blessing hands in one hand with the Japamala, beautifully decorated with jewel ornaments in the wonderful clothes and shining bright crown. Her name is Manonmani.
So move to the next Dhyana Sloka. ध्यायेत् देवीं त्रिनेत्रां सशिनि भवदनां वेदहस्तां ददानां सव्ये पद्मं वरदमपरे चाभयं चाक्षमालां दिव्यैराभरणैर्विभूषिततनुं ब्रह्मादिभिः पूजितां देवीमेव मनोन्मनीं प्रतिदिनं कामर्थदत्रीं शुभाम्.
Once again, the English translation. I meditate on Devi with three eyes glowing like the moon and holding the Vedas. Lotus gracing and blessing hands, she is wearing beautiful ornaments. She is worshipped by Brahma and other many gods and showers auspicious boons for all actions every day. This is from the Moolagama Manonmani Dhyanam.
So let us now understand the significance of the divine element gold. Atharva Veda, it says, Tredajutam janmanedam hiranyam agnerakam priyatamam babhuva somasyaikham insitasya parapatata apamekam veda samreta ahuttatte hiramyam vividasta vishe.
And the English translation, triply born by birth in this is gold from the stone atoms of Agni in one. It becomes dearest to Agni. One fell away from Soma when it was burned. One they call and see the virtuous power, full apaha. Let that triple gold be for your long life. And actually, the gold is a divine element. It purifies anything that it touches, and it is an element of spiritual significance and spiritual power of healing and enlightening. And the vibration of gold has the power to infuse sattva energy and positive thought currents in anyone who wears and anyone who sees and operates in its vicinity.
Yes. So, gold is present in all the scriptures, the Agamas, the Vedas, the Shastras, Itihasas, Puranas. So, in all the scriptures, it is abundantly displayed that gold is the most precious and purest metal which purifies our being. In Hindu civilization, everything was built in gold, exchanged in gold. Ritual feasts were offered in golden bricks. When one was to be saved from life threatening illnesses, gold was offered as a ritual fee. And gold was in abundance and used for weighing equivalent amounts of commodities, including cows. Kingdoms were built with huge stores of gold. The streets would have huge columns and huge archways made of gold. Horses and cows were dressed.
The Hindu civilization thrived on the banks of the river Gold. The Indus River, called the Hiranyamaya, and the river of gold in the Rig Veda. The river Saraswati was called the Hiranyavardhani in the Atharva Veda. And gold is supreme element for offering gifts to the ones you love and revere. Temples are constructed and paved in gold, and deities are made in gold and decked and adorned in gold. Because it preserves the enlightenment energy for thousands of years. It lasts forever.
Yes. So with that, we will be moving on to the offerings, various sevas which we can offer to Parashakti. The first offering is the E-Kundi offering. Yes. So the Shastric reference, it says, Bhakti Priya Bhakti Gamya Bhakti Vashya Bhayapaha Shambhavi Sharada Radhya Sharvani Sharmadayini.
And the English translation, Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion and she removes all fears.
So, if there is any fear in the minds of the devotee, Devi is sure to remove that fear. And it is stated that Devi likes to be worshipped in autumn. So, here it is meant that autumn of our lives, when thoughts turn more and more inwards, the role of divine is known and is understood very clearly. So, the need for Devi worship, it becomes stronger. So, you can offer this E-Kundi offering at your own capacity with deep devotion to Parashakti, and your names would be chanted when the puja is offered to Devi Parashakti. So you can go to the link which would be projecting and helping you into a walkthrough how to offer the E-Kundi offering, also in the live stream through the super chat and super sticker option. The next offering is the offering of Sankalpa chanting. So the Devi Mahatmyam, verse 34, chapter 12, it says, Tayaitan mohyate vishvam saiva vishvam prashuyate saya chitta cha vijanam tushta rudim prayaschati.
And the English translation, the goddess enchants this universe and she herself gives the birth to this universe. The goddess being prayed without interest in anything gives the knowledge that leads to salvation, and she gives wealth in the materialistic sense. This offering of Sankalpa chanting, the conscious resolution, blesses the person with the offering of all fruition and all desires and wishes that he is yearning for.
So the Sankalpa chanting is only $1 and you can offer it at tiny.cc/Devi-office. The next offering is the offering of Sahasranama Swarnakasu. So Nama Parayana Prita. So Lalita Sahasranama beautifully describes Devi that she who likes the repetition of her various names. So this offering is an offering of 1008 names of Devi Parashakti. So we have the various golden coins on which these names will be inscribed, and you can offer this very special and unique offering, Archana, to Parashakti, to the Mahameru of Parashakti. So the gold coin with the Devi's name inscribed is available at 3 sizes and at 3 denominations, $75, $151, and $251. And literally, when you offer this gold coin, all the Ananta Kalyana Gunas, the divine qualities of Parashakti, would be literally awakened in each one of us.
The
next offering is the offering of the Mukta Anguti, the finger ring with a pearl. So the Meenakshi Pancharatnam, it says, Muktahara lasat kirita ruchiram purnendu vaktra prabham Shinjannu pura kinkini manidaram padma prabhabasuram Sarvabhishta falapradam girisutam vanirama sevitam Meenakshim pranatosmi santatamaham karunya varam nitim.
In English translation, I bow down to the goddess Meenakshi, whose crown has garlands of pearls and face is shining like a full moon, who wears anklets that are studded with gemstones and small bells, who is shining like the splendor of a lotus, who grants all the wishes, the daughter of the mountain, who is worshipped by goddess Vani and Rama. I remain ever bowing to goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion.
You can offer the finger ring with the pearl to Parashakti, and be showered by her compassion and pure love in all your business endeavors. So the Mukta Anguti, the finger ring with the pearl, is available at $251, $501, and $750. The next offering is the offering of Swarna Padma Pushpam, the golden lotus. So the Kamikagama beautifully says, Ashtavidhyeshwaropeta Kumbhavarana Samyutam Sarvesa Sutra Vastradhya Hema Pankaja Bhushitaha Sapidhana Sakurchascha Pakva Bhilva Phala Prabha Snapannadhyaya Samsiddha Pramanena Samanvita.
The English translation: all the Kailasa should be wound with suitable thread and covered with new cloth. They should be adorned with lotus flower made of gold.
Yes. So there are hundreds of scriptural references for using the lotus in the worship of Paramashiva. So almost everything in the worship of the ultimate, it involves consecration of deities of worship, either meditating on mudras, asanas, which are used during worship. It involves the lotus flower, the lotus leaf, lotus pericarp, lotus petal. So lotus is a divine flower. Shakti of Paramashiva is also called a lotus. Base of Paramashiva Linga is a lotus. The disciple of Paramashiva is also considered as a lotus. So you can offer this Swarna Padma Pushpam, the golden lotus, in any size you wish to, and be blessed to have the state, the space, the powers, and being of Devi in your inner space amidst any or every adverse situation that you're facing in your life. You can offer it at $600.
Yes, and the next offering is the Swarna Meti, the gold toe ring.
Yes, so the verse it says, Nakadhiditi Sanchanna Namajjana Tamo Guna Patadvaya Prabhajala Parakrita Saroruha.
You whose brightness from the toenails destroy the darkness of ignorance, from the minds of your devotees who prostrate at your feet. You whose brightness from your 2 feet overpowers that of the lotus flower.
Yes, so you can offer the toe ring, the golden toe ring to Parashakti, adorning her sacred feet to be in constant gratitude for receiving her blessings, even in the most difficult aspects of your life. So Swarna Meti can be offered at $750 to Parashakti.
Yes, and the Swarna Mangtika is the offering of the gold hairline jewelry. It is an offering of 750 USD. In the Saundarya Lahari, again, the Devi Parashakti is described as Shuddha Sarabhi Varshani, meaning she who makes the nectar flow in all of the nerves from the Sahasrara, and she who gives a very pleasant experience of the ultimate. The Mangtika represents the nectar flowing from the Sahasrara Chakra, which is fully open. So you can offer this Swarna Mangtika at tiny.cc/Devi offerings. And you can offer it to receive the blessings of achieving the blissful state of overflowing gratitude and the space of complete completion.
So the next offering is the offering of Pratyaksha Pada Puja, the very beautiful offering where you can literally experience the breathing space of the incarnation. So the Shloka 83 of Saundarya Lahari says, Nakhadiditi Sanchanna Namajjana Tamo Guna Padadvaya Prabhajala Parakrita Saroruha.
And the English translation, the illuminating splendor of Devi's toenails dispel darkness of ignorance, and the devotees prostrating at her feet. Her feet defeat the lotus flower of beauty. In the Saundarya Lahari, it states that the toenails which have been worshipped and sharpened by the crowns of the celestial beings who always prostrate before Devi. Tamoguna here is actually darkness. And in this stotram, Tamoguna is indicative of ignorance. So in this stotram, we are offering our worship at the feet of Devi Parashakti and praying to her to dispel all the ignorance from our minds and attain the ultimate knowledge. You can offer the Pratyakshavada Puja to Devi Parashakti and you will be bestowed with the most auspicious blessings by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam.
Yes. So the next offering is the Vastra Seva, sacred cloth offering to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Devi Parashakti. So the Vastra Seva is also part of the Pratyakshavada Puja. And you can offer this seva at $1,008 and receive all the auspiciousness, all the blessings of Parashakti and the Supreme Pontiff.
So this comes to a conclusion of all of the different offerings, and you can now see a summary of the different offerings. The E-Hundi offering, the Sankalpa chanting, the Devi Sahasranama Kasu, the Mukta Anguti, the Swarna Padma Pushpa, the Swarna Mangtika, and the Pratyakshavada Puja, as well as the Vastra Seva.
So, yes, Ma, you can go ahead. Yes, Ma, you can go ahead.
Yes, so now in conclusion, you can, if you have listened to all these offerings and you are interested, you'd like to make your offering today, you can start the process immediately. Now, the registration form has two options for you. If you are ready to make your offering today, or if you'd like to make your intention. The registration form is for anyone who is interested in the offering, who is needing help in manifesting, or who needs more details. You can go to tiny.cc/bhavasamadhi and you can fill out the registration form if you are interested in any way to make the offering today. Now, if you're already ready for your online payment and you'd like to make the offering, then you can go to tiny.cc/babyofferings. And after the payment, make sure that you go to tiny.cc/sankalpa2021 and fill out your details for the background, for your background that will be chanted during the ritual. Yes, and now Ma Atmapriya Swami will be taking us through a run through of the ways that you can make a payment. Now, if you're already ready for your online payment,
Yes. Yes, so now when you go to the link tiny.cc/devi-offerings, you can go to the link and you'll be guided to choose an option. Then go ahead and choose whichever option is whichever seva you want to offer to Parashakti. The Swarna Padma Pushpam. So you can go ahead and add it to the cart. And once you add it to the cart, you'll be guided to the next page where you need to go ahead and proceed to checkout by clicking on here. And after that, you will be guided to the billing details here. And you can go ahead, fill out all these details and place your order. So once you do that, you can go to the next link, the Sankalpa link, which was projected. So you can submit your names for puja to Parashakti. Click on to the next and go ahead and fill out all the details here and submit this. And don't forget to click on to the option Devi Bhavasamadhi Darshan. And after you do that, you click on to the next and submit this page so that all your names, so whoever you wish to, you want to offer the puja, you can actually offer and they will be blessed by Parashakti. Next is the live stream where you have the super chat and the super sticker option here under the YouTube chat. So go here, click on to the super chat, super sticker option. You can offer any donation at your own capacity. And this is the E-Hundi offering which you can offer in the live stream. Yes. So with that, we come to the conclusion of this session, and we'll be moving on to the next segment of this program after a short break. Thank you.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within the next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model community. Kailasa, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world. All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth. Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailasians.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda
Welcome back, dear viewers. Now we will be entering into a segment where we will learn about the revelations from Devi Parashakti.
வியாதி நுரையீரல் மட்டுமல்லாது மூளையையும் நசுக்கி மனிதனை ஜடமாக்கி மரணத்திற்குள் தள்ளும் உயிரியல் ஆயுதம் மனிதர்கள் மீது நடத்தப்படும் உயிரியல் போர் இது. நவபாஷாணத்தின் மீது பொழியப்பட்ட நீரும் மஞ்சளும் பாலும் வேம்பு ரசமுமே இதற்கு மருந்து. அதை அருந்தி உடலிலே அதை ஊற்றி நீராடி இருந்தவர்க்கு காவல் அம்பிகையின் சக்தி. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம். சிருஷ்டி நஷ்டமாகாதிருக்க தேவ ரகசியங்களை தெளிவாய் உலகத்திற்கு சொல்லிவிட்டேன். இந்த ரகசியங்கள் எல்லாம் உலகத்திற்கு நாம் நித்யானந்தன் வடிவு கொண்டு சொல்லும் பொழுது எதிரிகள் பெருங்கோபத்தோடு நித்யானந்தன் திருவுருவை அழித்திடாமல் இருந்திடவே அவன் திருவுருவை கைலாயத்திற்கு கொண்டு வந்து பாதுகாப்பாக்கிக் கொண்டு பிறகு இந்த உண்மையெல்லாம் உலகத்திற்கு சொல்லுகின்றேன். அன்னை பராசக்தியும் கூட உண்மைகளை உலகிற்கு சொல்லும் முன் தற்காப்பு செய்து கொள்ள வேண்டிய அளவிற்கு மனிதர்களின் அரக்கத்தனமும் அட்டூழியமும் உலகத்தில் அரண்டு ஆடுகின்றது. ஓம் 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 ஓம்.
So now we will understand the translation of Devi's revelations. So Devi Parashakti says, you are asking remedy for black fungal disease. Know properly, black fungal disease, not only it will affect the lungs, it will smash the brain also. It is a bio weapon that makes humans a lifeless matter and push them to death.
The demonishness and atrocities of humans is dancing in the world, that even Mother Parashakti needs to do self-protection before telling the truths to the world.
Yes. So if you see the black fungus, so it was denied and dismissed as rare, and it was declared as an epidemic by several states, and it was declared as a pandemic within pandemic. So it literally eats the brain, mutilates bodies and faces, eats the bones, and affects only the COVID patients, which is extremely fatal, where 50% of the people are infected with this fungus.
And as we stated, black fungus has already been declared an epidemic by several states. According to this news article, the states across India have begun declaring black fungus an epidemic as cases of the fatal rare infection shoot up in patients recovering from COVID-19. The fungal disease has a 50% mortality rate. It affects patients initially in the nose, but the fungus can then spread into the brain and can often only be treated by major surgery, removing the eye or part of the skull. So as you can see, it literally eats the brain and destroys all the facial tissue.
Yes, so the COVID-19, which increases the black fungus infection risk in India, you can see the specific black fungus, which is called as a mucormycosis, is actually rising in various cases, and India is literally facing a death and high rates of COVID-19 with more than 27 million confirmed cases. And also the WHO has announced that the variant of the SARS-CoV-2 virus is a variant of the global concern itself. So this black fungus, it adds to weakening the body's immune response as well.
And the outbreak has been declared a pandemic, an epidemic, because the cases have risen over 12,000 cases during the COVID pandemic. And a range of states across India have declared the outbreak of a rare black fungus as the total numbers increase.
Yes. So we can see the incidence, the death toll from the black fungus is steadily on the rise in India, and which is the black fungus infection, which is very relatively rare but potentially fatal condition. So you can see how it is affecting after the COVID-19. The soaring number of fungal infections among the recovered patients have emerged a medical concern, and more than 12,000 cases of fungal infection has been actually reported from different parts of the India, and created a huge sense of panic among the people.
And as Devi has revealed, it will smash the brain. Studies show that the black fungus is flesh-eating and kills off patients who have survived COVID. The black fungus has a near 50% mortality rate and is tragically killing many who were relieved to have beaten COVID. The infection can eat through the skin, soft tissue, or even bones as it attacks the brain or other critical organs. So this is exactly what Devi has revealed in the Akashic readings.
So human beings will die like cats and dogs on the streets, and dead bodies floating in large quantity in Ganga. Authorities fudging numbers and underreporting. The dogs which will eat those dead bodies, and because dogs are those eat those dead bodies, they are dying, and the poor human beings eating those dogs dead bodies because they don't have food and they are dying. So this is exactly what Parashakti revealed in the Akashic reading.
Devi revealed, I saw clearly dead bodies floating in large quantities in the Ganga. And as you can see, there are numerous dead bodies floating in Ganga, unidentified, and without any proper rituals or burial happening to them. They're just simply floating and contaminating the waters.
And you can also see scores of decomposing bodies which are laid uncovered in the Sangam area in the Ganga, and bodies are buried in the sand on the banks of the river in the UP. So for the last 2 to 3 months, people have been burying their dead here, and sand covering the bodies is blown away by strong winds, exposing the decomposed bodies. And predatory birds and dogs gather and feast on the remains of these bodies, and government should make arrangements for proper burial. So that is what is the news. Exactly what Parashakti had revealed is now seen in the
human beings will die like rats and cats on the street. As India, this is what Devi has revealed, and as India is reeling under a massive second wave of the COVID-19 pandemic, the number of deaths has also increased. Such is the situation that crematoriums and burial grounds are packed to capacity. And there have been many reports that many people are not even having a place to cremate their loved ones, and they're just having to be cremated in masses, completely unidentified, without any proper rituals being done for them.
So poor human beings eating those dogs, and they don't have food, and the dogs, because they don't have food, they hate it, then they die. So this is what Parashakti revealed, and you can see exactly over 150 COVID dead bodies which are dumped in Ganga, and COVID fatalities were dumped on the banks of the Ganga river, and these bodies will be washed down further and can be eaten by stray dogs, which will further spread coronavirus. So this is the report, exactly what Parashakti revealed, and the report is adding to it.
And the dead bodies washed up on the banks of the Ganga were sighted for a second straight day. This time in Ghazipur, Uttar Pradesh. The spot is around 55 kilometers upriver from Bihar, where more than 100 bodies were found yesterday, evoking shock and anger. The authorities had argued that the corpses had floated down from Uttar Pradesh, and as their state has no tradition of consigning bodies to water.
Yes, so dozens more bodies wash up on the Ganges river bank. There's one more article which says the number, at least 40 bodies were pulled from the river some 55 kilometers downstream from the Ganges. So you can see more and more research, the news articles, which are adding evidence to Devi's revelations.
Yes. And the numbers are severely underreported. where earlier reports show that there's only 40 bodies found like this, later reports are showing, and the photos themselves are showing, more than 400 dead bodies have been found floating in the river Ganga.
So just how big could India's true COVID toll be? If you see, the official count is 26.9 million reported cases, whereas the reported deaths are more than 30 million cases. And a conservative scenario where estimated infections and estimated deaths are shown. So India in denial of world's most deadly condition. So you can see the market deaths which are happening and the media which is lying, and the undercounted deaths which are not even reported.
And over 2,000 bodies were found in the Ganga, and it has spread to several districts in Uttar Pradesh. And as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed, that if you yourself take a toll of all of your family and friends, every single person has known someone who has died from COVID. Every single person has a family member who has died from COVID, or within their home, within their circle, or within their street. These numbers do not add up to what is being reported in the media. So it's very clear that these numbers are severely underreported despite what the media is saying.
So the New York Times says the actual figures reported with more than half of the Indian population is infected with COVID. So Indian population 136 crore versus 70 crore, the 700 million people are literally infected with COVID-19.
And while the media is reporting only 29 million people are infected, the COVID deaths are 14 times higher than the government is reporting. So they're reporting only about 300,000 cases of COVID deaths, but the New York Times is estimating that it's 14 times that.
Yes, so now Devi's revelation to the world is COVID is now airborne. So denial and criticism, acceptance as a theory or possibility, acceptance as a fact, a delayed warning issued, and criticism for this delayed acceptance. So nobody accountable for the death of millions of people who are dying because of the COVID-19.
COVID vaccine is creating variants. So this scientist, a French virologist, has promoted several controversial and unverified claims surrounding vaccinations, homeopathy, and the COVID-19 pandemic. For instance, his criticism of the French government's vaccine program prompted widespread outcry in the scientific community. The letter read,
Sorry.
yeah, that's it.
Yes. So the Nobel Prize winner, he reveals that COVID vaccine is creating more and more variants of the same COVID-19 virus. So this is one of the news articles which is saying that.
So the world's most infectious disease now is airborne. COVID is airborne, just as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed and Devi has revealed.
And denied so far and accepted. So America's delayed acceptance of airborne COVID transmission. So those scientists have been discussing airborne transmission for months. It was only the last week that the WHO and CDC made this official that COVID-19 is airborne.
So while the disease is airborne, what do we do about it? So the WHO and the CDC have revealed what can be done about this airborne transmission and how to protect yourself, but few are following these recommendations.
Yes, so when you see the key difference between the droplet transmission and the airborne transmission here. So when a person coughs and sneezes, so it can spread the droplets of saliva and mucus where it is more than 5 microns. So, but when it is airborne, these tiny particles which are produced by talking, they are suspended in the air for longer and they literally travel further. So the size of the droplet is literally lesser than 5 microns, which is more dangerous than the droplet transmission itself. So it is literally we are in a severe threat when it is more airborne.
And home quarantine is not possible in India. This has been repeated again and again by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Devi. And this news article in ET Prime has revealed that home quarantine is prime reason for a large number of deaths in Assam. And the Chief Minister of Assam has said that the home quarantine is one of the prime reasons for the large number of COVID deaths during the second wave. And they have witnessed over 92 deaths, which is the highest in a single day of deaths. And we have seen more death cases are happening from home isolation, as several people do not keep oximeters and some do not read the counts in the meter properly. So despite people home quarantining, it is not helpful for them. It is actually causing an increase in the number of deaths.
So you can see the news where Maharashtra ends isolation in 18 districts. So patients from these districts have to go to the quarantine center because almost this home quarantine is becoming impossible in the Indian states, where it literally says that people live in crowded areas and this home quarantine is impossible for this COVID-19.
So why 41% of the houses have just a single room, which is shared by about 5 people. So this is why home quarantine is not possible within these crowded Indian homes. They don't have a single exclusive living room and they accommodate 5 people for that one room. And 32% of households have 2 rooms, and adding to those woes is the fact that only 47% of households have access to water within the premises, and 42% don't have a bathing facility. So the hygiene is very poor in most places within these crowded cities.
You can see the self-isolation for COVID-19 is impossible for 40% of the Indian families. So this very clearly proves that the home quarantine is literally impossible in India, as how Devi Parashakti, she revealed this earlier itself.
The guidelines actually show on home quarantine, the person showing COVID-19 symptoms has to remain isolated in a well-ventilated room with an attached toilet. And if any other family member needs to stay in the same room, it's advisable that they maintain a distance of at least 1 meter between the two. However, this is nearly impossible in these crowded homes within cities where people are living 5 people to 1 room.
Yes, so that brings us to the completion of this session, segment of the program. So literally how whatever Devi Parashakti has revealed is coming true, and these revelations are proven by these news articles every day, each day, day by day. And with that, we will be concluding this segment of this program and we'll be moving on to the next segment of the program after a short break. So I request the NTV operator.
Whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you, aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you, and make you interested in enlightenment time. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home, without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost. What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution.
and setting model community. Kailasa, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Peethas all over the world.
All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailasians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper offer customized spiritual service, helping you to complete with your life negativity. Withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you, and make you interested in enlightenment science. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home, without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost. What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model community. Kailasa, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world. All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth. Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem.
keep quiet, thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailasians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background.
Yes, Nithyananda. The next segment, we're going to see about the multi-layered quarantine COVID care protection centers at the de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa. Now, before we enter into the segment, let us see what is the status of the world today. Now, you can clearly see the younger adults are more likely to report the symptoms of anxiety and depressive disorder during the COVID-19 pandemic. Especially the age group between 18 to 24, they display about 56% of this age group report the symptoms of anxiety or the depressive disorder. And about 50% from the age group of 25 to 49 report the symptoms of mental disorders. And 50 to 64 age group display 39% of symptoms of the anxiety or the depressive disorders. And 30% of the age group 65 and above report the symptoms of anxiety and the depressive disorder. The average share of adults reporting the symptoms of anxiety disorder or the depressive disorder, you can see the comparison. What happened between Jan to June 2019, and once the corona hit the world, and how much fold increase has happened in January 2021. It is literally 3 to 4 times fold is being shown as an increase from Jan to June 2019 to January 2021. Next is the share of adults reporting symptoms of anxiety or the depressive disorder during the COVID-19 pandemic by age. Next, how are you feeling? What employees say they feel more than half the time at work. How this pandemic has affected people, working class people. How do they hold themselves? What are they feeling about themselves? If you see, more than 34% of them feel extremely tired, more than what they go through in the work, how they are handling the work pressure. More than that, they are actually feeling stressed and tired. %27% of them are feeling burnt out. 22% of them are feeling discouraged. 19% of them are feeling extremely distracted. 17% of them are feeling depressed. COVID-19 is a significant stressor for most of the Americans. Nearly 8 in 10, which is 78% of Americans, say that the coronavirus pandemic is a significant source of stress in their life. Nearly 7 in 10 Americans, which is 67% of them, say that they have experienced increased stress over the course of pandemic. 1 in 4 essential workers, 25% of them, are diagnosed with the mental health disorder since the start of the pandemic. COVID-19 could exacerbate doctors' existing mental health burden. More than 60,000 healthcare workers have contracted COVID-19 and about 300 people have died. An estimated 300 to 400 physicians die by suicide every year. Of the health workers who treated patients during China's COVID-19 outbreak, 50% of them showed signs of depression. 45% of them showed signs of anxiety, according to the preliminary research. Before pandemic, 15% of them are depressed and 29% of them are depressed. This has been reported on the pregnant women, especially the mental health of the pregnant women. If you see, before the onset of this pandemic, 15% of them are reported the symptoms of depression and 29% of them have reported the symptoms of anxiety. During pandemic, it just went threefold more. 40%, 40.7% of them reported that they are depressed and 72% of them have reported that they are anxious. So you can see the mental health of young people, mental health of working class people, mental health of pregnant women, every single group, target group, you can see that the mental disorders have increased at least 2 to 3 times fold than what it used to be. More people in Bangladesh have died from suicide in last year than those who were killed by the coronavirus. That is exactly what we are seeing in the stats also. So more than the people who are getting affected directly by the disease, the whole lockdown, quarantine practices, the impact of economy in the country and in the world, all of this has got impact on different levels, especially emotional levels of the people. That is why if you take any target group, whether it is young people, whether it is pregnant women, students for that matter, working class, every single target group is extremely affected with the mental disorder. How they have to hold themselves during this pandemic is unknown to them, because this is not a straightforward pill that you can take and you can be out of anxiety or depression. it needs real life solutions. How you can hold yourself in quarantine, especially when so much of death is going around you, when so much of suffering is around you, how you can hold yourself powerful. These solutions are provided in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, which the world is lacking in a big way. That is what we are seeing in the stats also, especially in Bangladesh, where people have died in suicide more than the people who are killed by the coronavirus. Bangladesh has reported about 70% more deaths from suicide than with COVID-19. And even in India, that accounts for 17.8% of all the reported suicide cases. According to the National Crime Bureau, India has reported 381 suicides daily for the year 2019. In US, the depression have tripled during the COVID-19 pandemic. A large study finds a dramatic increase in the number of adults in the United States reporting the symptoms of depression during the COVID-19. The number of adults experiencing depression in US have tripled, according to a major study. Before pandemic, it was 8.5% US adults reported being depressed. That number has risen to 27.8% as the country struggles with COVID-19. Now, what you can also see is, a repeat or a different way, different perspective of how the stats can be looked at. People are feeling burnt out in the workplace, and it is young workers who are hit to the maximum, and its impact on the mental health, especially 78% of the global workforce says that pandemic has negatively affected their mental health. 85% of the workforce have said that the mental health issues are causing sleep deprivation, poor physical health, reduced happiness at home, strained family relationships, or isolation from friends. 68% of people have reported that they would like to prefer to talk to a robot over their manager because of stress and the anxiety at work. 76% of workers believe that the company should be doing more to protect the mental health of the workforce. So what you're seeing or what you're observing is it is more than the pandemic itself. The number of lives that are getting affected directly by corona, more than that, it is the mental health. It is people are experiencing extreme mental fatigue and mental breakdown due to pandemic, and the whole of the humanity is looking for solutions of how to hold themselves during this pandemic. So we have this, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam has opened the doors of Kailasa, has opened the doors of spiritual de facto embassies of Kailasa for one and all, where the food is given for free, accommodation is free, free internet services, you can work from home. More than anything else, you can experience the superconscious breakthrough. It is not the material matrix money. It is about your mental health. It is about the cognition that you hold for yourself. You can clearly see how the humanity is suffering from mental health and stress disorders because they do not know the life solutions. They don't know where to look for life solutions. And here is an opportunity where Swamiji has opened his Kailasas all around India for people to come and experience the superconscious living. So we welcome all the viewers, whoever feels that you need to be part of this and improve your mental health. Ensure that you're not suffering in this COVID time. Please join us in these COVID care protection centers. You can register through the link below, which is kailasa.org/Kailasa Care. KAILASA.org/Kailasa Care. KAILASACARE. So let's take a few minutes for registering ourselves in this link, kailasa.org/Kailasa Care. And before we go to the next part of this segment, let's take a short break.
have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you, aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you, and make you interested in enlightenment time. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home, without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes. Next. So far we have seen how the world is suffering with mental disorders, and what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, has offered to the world is opening up his the de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa, where people can come, reside, enjoy, and experience a superconscious breakthrough. All the life solutions that Swamiji has been offering to the world for the last 26 plus years is from Sanatana Hindu Dharma. The scriptures especially has immense treasure, invaluable treasure of solving any problem in life. All the life solutions that has been gathered by reviving these Hindu scriptures, making it user-friendly, making it available to the whole of the humanity. That is one of the important functions of the Kailasa's Department of Enlightened Civilization that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived, especially for the Hindus today. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is a knowledge-based tradition. What was passed on orally from time immemorial has in last few thousand years begun being transmitted through written word in the form of palm leaf scriptures, books, and libraries. Only if you read the original Upanishads, Brahma Sutras, Bhagavad Gita, you will understand the reality, the truth, what I stand for. Jnanalaya, which is the Grantha Samadhi, Hindu traditional library, has principles like books are the living representative of Saraswati and Dakshinamurti, meaning they express the authenticity of the truth. Centuries of history of discrimination, exploitation, dispossession, and colonialization have led to the loss of traditional knowledge. Traditional knowledge is under threat and is being misused and misappropriated. Indigenous people, traditional knowledge has been developed over generations through daily life practices and a close understanding of local environments. It can offer valuable responses to climate change, food insecurity, reducing inequalities, and other challenges that we are trying to resolve. From the original 100 million source books of Hinduism, barely 20% of it remain today. Through Kailasa's Department of Enlightened Civilization, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has committed his life to ensure the preservation, protection, and transmission of the age-old, authentic, time-tested Hindu knowledge. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism serves to not only protect the branches of knowledge remaining today, but also to revive this vast knowledge which has been lost over years of genocide and persecution. The Rig Vedas, one of the fundamental source scriptures of Hinduism, expresses a concept known as Hiranyagarbha, or the universal womb. From the concept of Hiranyagarbha comes the understanding of the space out of which everything comes forth, which is zero. From India to Persia, then on to Arabia, through the Hindu scholar Kanaka, this knowledge is today the cornerstone of everything considered as binary logic. The traditional Hindu form of medical diagnostics and treatments, with its roots in Hindu scriptures and references in chapters of Rig Veda, it stands as the oldest living medicinal system still being used and practiced today. This includes the use of copper in medical instruments for its antibacterial properties and the use of Ayurvedic methodology in treatment for rheumatoid arthritis and osteoarthritis. An ancient Hindu literature detailing the science of astronomy, including the speed of light, distance from the sun, diameter of the earth, and the planetary orbitals long before the recent understanding of modern optics. Yoga. The age-old science and practice of yoga has direct reference and origin in the Hindu Agamas, Patanjali, Yoga Sutras, Yoga Pradipika, Rudramalayam of Uttaratantram, Gheranda Samhita, and countless other Hindu scriptures. The Hindu science of consciousness and awareness extending its application through the form of mental, emotional, physiological, neurological, and physical freedom. The lost knowledge of Kashmir. Hindus have lived in Kashmir for more than 10,000 years. The name Kashmir derives its origin from the name of Rishi Kashyapa, one of the Sapta Rishis, or the 7 great Rishis, as described in Vedas. Over the course of repeated and systematic genocide, persecution, and invasion, which continues to this date, Hindus were mercilessly killed and their knowledge burnt to ashes. Today, Hindus in the valley of Kashmir are less than 2% of the total population. In the recent forced Hindu exodus in Kashmir, Hindu population in Kashmir before the exodus is about 160,000 people. But just within 30 years after the violent exodus, from 160,000 people, it has just dropped down to 2,000 or 3,000 people. With this unprecedented volume of Kashmiri citizens, scriptures, literatures, scholars, and saints have not only been lost forever, but continue to wither away to this date. Nalanda University served as the global hub of knowledge for nearly 800 years. The temples, laboratories, monasteries, and 9-story library of Nalanda University, also known as Dharma Gunj or Mountain of Truth, attracted scholars from all over the globe. The Nalanda University burned continuously for 6.5 months in 11th century. Thousands of students were murdered, thousands were more beheaded. Millions of manuscripts and thousands of sincere scholars who can never be replaced. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Swamiji, has taken up the mission to revive the world's lost wisdom, ancient sciences, and indigenous knowledge traditions for the benefit of humanity through Kailasa's Nithyananda Hindu Library. Now let us look into some of the achievements from the Department of Enlightened Civilizations, Nithyananda Hindu Library. From 2003 onwards, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been a source of continuous contributions to the preservation, protection, and transmission of knowledge in all its form through Kailasa's Nithyananda Jnanalaya, collection of 1 lakh plus physical literature on Hinduism, 400,000 plus digital literature, more than 240 million pages of indigenous Hindu knowledge, collaboration with 5 traditional libraries, including the most ancient Hindu monasteries, and preserved personal collections. Over 3 terabyte yoga scriptures collected. World's largest collection of Shaiva Agamas. World's largest collection of Kashmiri Saivism scriptures. The collection of 31,000 plus traditionally preserved palm leaf manuscripts and in-house palm leaf printing for translating digital literature into traditional palm leaf script. Thousands of recovered ancient scriptures translated in a user-friendly way for the man on man through more than 500 plus publications that are being translated into 27 different languages. The digitization of 600,000 plus pages of indigenous Hindu literature, setting in-house server and storage to host over 120 terabytes of digitized literature. And what is the mission and the vision of Kailasa's Nithyananda Hindu Library? It houses 50 million people, 50 million books, 3 million manuscripts on Hinduism, 2 million source books on Hinduism, and world's largest Granth Samadhi, which is nothing but the living deity in the form of scriptures. The state-of-art library that spreads across 10 million square feet, 230 acres, using software-based automated library management, establishing world's largest digital library of Hinduism books and manuscripts. And here you have seen the huge vision that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is carrying to revive the authentic Hindu scriptures. But on the other hand, we have this Hindu persecution where we are seeing how these invaders have attacked and destroyed the authentic Hindu scriptures. Because once you destroy these authentic Hindu scriptures, you're destroying the very roots of Hinduism. You're destroying the very authenticity of Hinduism. You're destroying the very core of Hinduism, where people cannot relate back to their roots. So that is what the invaders used as a strategy to destroy the libraries. If you take the example of Muhammad bin Bakhtiar Khilji, who was involved in burning of the Nalanda University, that literally burned more than 6 months. And you have the, you can just see the number of colleges and in various districts in 1830. In 18th century, look at the number of colleges and the educational institutions just in Tamil Nadu. It is so huge. So you can very well understand the way the Hindu system of education was widespread. It was available to one and all. That is why so many number of educational institutions are able to thrive in 18th century itself. But what happened after that? You can clearly see the number of schools, total number of schools per 10,000 of population, how much it decreased. It is like exponentially, it was decreasing over the time. Just within 30 years, once after the Mekale system of education was introduced, how this whole right to education was curbed from the Hindu population. It is our right to educate ourselves the Hindu way. When this right was curbed from us, how the society suffered, how many people became illiterate. Even till today, there are so many thousands of people who do not have the basic education in India. That is because of this destruction that happened over a span of 30 years, when they have disassociated Hindus from their way of education. When you remove this core, which is educating themselves about the life solutions that the authentic Sanatana Hindu Dharma has provided over the millennia, you are denying this right to education. And that is what even till today we are suffering. So much of gap in the society, where one section of society is highly educated in various colleges and schools and etc. But there is one section of society who's struggling to even go to the school. This gap is created by these invaders. This is a planned strategy to destroy the education system, which is the very core of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Now let us also listen to what Mekale, who's the father of modern day education that we are suffering in India, who mentioned that our English schools are flourishing wonderfully. The effect of this education on Hindus is prodigious. No Hindu who have received an English education ever continues to be sincerely attached to his religion. So this idea, the strategy of introducing the English education to Indians is to ensure that they are detached, they are separated from their original religion, which is Hindu identity. So this whole idea of introducing Mekale education in India is to separate Hindus from their identity. If our plans of education are followed up, there will not be a single idolater among the respectable classes in the Bengal 30 years henceforth. And this will be effected without any factors to proselytize, without the smallest interference with religious liberty, merely by natural operation of knowledge and recollection. I heartily rejoice in this prospect. So if you want to summarize the total attack on the Hindu source scriptures, almost 100% of the Hindu universities are destroyed. 8 major libraries, including Nalanda, Takshashila, Vikramashila, with millions of people, and the source scriptures are destroyed. There are more than 2 million temples in India, but you cannot find a single temple with library. This is a very important fact, because as per Agama, in the 3rd prakara of every temple, you must have the Grantha Samadhi, which is a library. So and you have thousands of temples in India which are Agamic compliant, which are built based on Agama. That is why you're able to experience so much of connection with the deity even till today after thousands of years, because they are all Agamic compliant. They are built based on the Sapati Veda. But in the Sapati Veda, it is clearly mentioned that in the 3rd prakara of every temple, you need to build a library. But now you cannot find a single temple in India which has a library in the prakara. That means the invaders have systematically destroyed, they have strategized to destroy the library in every single temple. You may find millions of temples, but you may not find a single temple with a library in it. That shows the sinister strategy of the invaders to remove this source repository of knowledge from Hindus. Thousands of mutt libraries are destroyed or poorly maintained. This is also a very important fact for us to understand, that in any mutt, right, the library that is associated to the mutt is a repository of all the collection of knowledge about the traditions, rituals, customs that is associated with that sampradaya. If you destroy the library associated with the mutt, you are actually destroying the very lineage, the very sampradaya of the Hinduism. And as we all know, Hinduism has got more than 10,000 sampradayas, and each of these sampradayas have got a set of source scriptures that holds the constitution of these sampradayas. When the mutt libraries are getting destroyed, we are literally destroying the core of that sampradaya, the ethnic cleansing is happening to that sampradaya if the mutt libraries are not maintained properly. Next, we are seeing the major collection of manuscripts in the hands of Oriental institutes or the institutes funded by foreign country. We know that there are several Oriental institutes who hold the original manuscripts who do not want to share the knowledge. It is such a pity because Hinduism believes in free share of knowledge. Whatever anybody knows, Hindus knows only to share that knowledge, spread the knowledge. There is no concept of patenting as per Hinduism. Every knowledge is free resource that is accessible for one and all. But now these manuscripts, which has this repository of source knowledge from Paramashiva himself, these knowledge repositories are in the hands of the Oriental institutes, which is funded by the foreign countries. And they do not want to share this information, share this knowledge repository, which belongs to Hindus. And at the same time, they want to hoard this information and make more and more patents, more and more marginalize the benefits of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. The next is the millions of scriptures stolen by the invaders. The original number of source scriptures is about 100 million source scriptures. In that, only 20 million is what we have today. 80 million source scriptures. Please understand, just in 20 million source scriptures, we have just explored maybe 0.1% of these source scriptures, and already the whole of the humanity is experiencing so many scientific breakthroughs, so many breakthroughs in the life solutions from Hinduism. Please understand the knowledge repository and the value add that these 80 million lost scriptures can have as an impact on the human society. All of these scriptures, the millions of source scriptures, are being stolen by the invaders. Kashmiri Pandits, genocides of the Kashmiri Pandits, 3 to 6 lakh Kashmiri Pandits were brutally kicked out. Genocides of Shivacharyas in Tamil Nadu under the atheistic government, where even till today, even now, the rights of the Shivacharya, what right they hold in the Dharma Mandir of any given temple, that is being curbed away from them. They are systematically trained. They hold the DNA that can hold the principles of how a temple ecosystem can be maintained. It is a complete science. But now the anti-Hindu elements have used law, have used the governments to ensure that the genocide of this Shivacharya community is happening in such a way that anyone can enter the Garbha Mandir, anyone can perform rituals. It is not about curbing the rights of people performing the rituals. It is about who performs the ritual, who is holding the entire science. Is it being transmitted to the world? The genocide of this Shivacharya community is happening right now in Tamil Nadu under the atheistic government. Next is the destruction of Hindu universities and libraries. World's largest Tamil Hindu library, Jaffna Public Library, is burnt. This is like just centuries ago, where the largest Tamil Hindu library, Jaffna Public Library, that houses the Tamil literature. It is also said that Tamil literature is the first available literature for the entire universe. When the whole world was formed, whole universe was formed, it is Tamil civilization who was the first civilization to enter, the Kumari Kandam civilization, which is rich in Tamil literature. This Jaffna Public Library houses the Tamil literature, the source of the Tamil literature, which has been completely burnt. 13,000 plus universities across Bharat and 1 lakh gurukuls are destroyed in Bengal and Bihar alone. 9 million books were burnt by Islamic invaders, Bakhtiyar Khilji and Nalanda University, Takshashila University, Vikramshila University, Telhar University. All of these universities have suffered at the hands of the invaders. You can see how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, has preserved these beautiful knowledge repositories in a divine way. So you have this opportunity to be part of this COVID care protection centers, where you can learn about these Hindu scriptures and where you can learn and experience life solutions from these Hindu scriptures. What the invaders have done to destroy the identity of Hindus by destroying these Hindu scriptures is enormous. And it is the efforts of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism through the Nithyananda Hindu Library who has revived these sciences, made these manuscripts user-friendly, made these manuscripts offer life solutions to the humanity. So come and experience these life solutions, because that is what the world needs today. In this pandemic, COVID pandemic 19, it is not the death due to pandemic. It is the mental disorders that the humanity is suffering from, which is enormous. There is no replace, there is no solution for any of it. It is the life solutions provided by Sanatana Hindu Dharma through these authentic Hindu scriptures, which can help you out. So join our COVID care protection centers. You can register yourself in kailasa.org/Kailasa Care, KAILASA.org/KAILASACARE. Let's take a few minutes to register ourselves in this link.
Nithyanandam, I'm really sorry for the technical glitch. So if we have registered ourselves through the Joint COVID Care Protection Center link at kailasa.org/Kailasa Care, now we can proceed to the next segment. Let us see what Devi Parashakti has revealed with regard to the ongoing global pandemic. On 12th May of this year, Devi revealed, I came as Nijavatara. I am blessing you. Listen. People, listen. To do good to all of you, I have taken the form of Nithyananda and came down as Nijavatara. People of India, listen. Carefully listen. Time after time, Bharatam is Jnana Bhumi, where enlightened beings come. We cannot make Jnana Bhumi as infertile. Enlightened beings have to come. They have to live. It has to flower. Few hypocrites, because they think they are stuck in delusion, we cannot sacrifice the world. Cosmos cannot be destroyed. The ship I did to save cosmos from being destroyed, that is called Adi Kailasa. The ship I did to protect beings from Pralaya is Adi Kailasa. Because of conspiracy of Drohis and enemies' rule, the captain had to leave the ship. Before 12 years, knowing the great deluge that is going to happen, all Aushadas, by this Guru Purnima, that Jnana Rasavadam, Navapashana, is going to flower. Allow people to come and take dip in Navapashana flower. People, whoever comes and dip in Vaidya Sarovar, they will not have death. They will not have corona. Crores and crores of people will come in line. Every day they will come and dip in Anandalingam. Devi continued, listen well to my words. For India, I made ship as protection. The Nithyananda Navapashana Lingam in Vaidya Sarovar. Go to Adi Kailasa. O Indians, listen. All those regretting losing Nithyananda Nijavatara, without confusion and without talking just as lip service, go to Adi Kailasa. Crores of people will come there looking for health, Navapashana water feast and medicine, to get health and protection and enlightenment. To protect India from the great destruction, I, Parashakti, made this huge ship. Even if captain is not there, ship is there. And as we know, when the first world countries are closing their borders during this massive global emergency, this pandemic, Kailasa is the only nation that has opened its doors to all without exception. The free COVID care centers opened across India are all across India, over a dozen. To name a few, Adi Kailasa in Bidadi, Bangalore, Salem Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Tiruvannamalai Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Rajapalayam Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Puduvai Adinam in Puducherry, Pattanam Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Siragapadi Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Sripuram Adinam in Hyderabad, Madurai Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Avattipalayam Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Hosur Adinam in Tamil Nadu, Baroda Adinam in Gujarat. So, all these Adinams, Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies across India, have been opened up to give free COVID care protection to people at large. Kailasa rushes to aid India as India finds itself on the verge of the COVID-19 third wave. As we have seen and are continuing to see the alarming statistics of the number of people dying and getting infected, not only the ones who have survived the corona attack, but also after healing from the corona, the infection, the secondary infections, the comorbidities threat, all this is something that is facing humanity starkly in the face. People, governments, healthcare workers are literally at their wits' end to see how to control this pandemic, how to handle not only the physical impact of it, the disease, the pandemic, what it is bringing in terms of the health loss, the disease impact, but also its after effects, its ripple effects, the mental trauma and the breakdowns that patients are going through, that people are going through at large, even if they are not infected. The fear, the literally the paranoia, the panic, the stress and the worry, the anxiety, not only at home, but even at the workplace. This is one pandemic that has affected the whole world across all borders, across all races, genders, castes, creeds, everything. Every single person being impacted in one way or the other in such multi levels. This really warrants a massive, groundbreaking, fundamental solution, which is exactly what Kailasa, guided by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Paramashivam, is providing in the form of multi levels. Multiple free COVID care centers open across India, various humanitarian services and spiritual services being provided during this pandemic in all of Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies, and the fundamental support very from the very grassroots level, from a very cosmic level, being provided by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Paramashivam, in the form of his satsangs explaining in detail how to handle this pandemic in multiple levels, as well as the cosmic revelations given in the form of the Devi Parashakti Akashic readings, which are being shared with the whole world, with whole of humanity, to grace this planet with the benevolence of the Divine Mother and the guidance that she is providing, that Devi Parashakti is providing for all her children, which includes all beings, sentient and non-sentient, not just human beings, all living beings, and every single being that is inhabiting this planet on the lines of what the Veda Agamas reveal, that all that exists is energy. Isha Vasyam Idagum Sarvam. So just to name a few of the humanitarian services that are being provided by Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies in India, not just now, but for the past over a year and a half since the corona pandemic struck this planet. Medical care in the form of allopathy, Ayurveda, Siddha, naturopathy medicines, spiritual counseling being provided to one and all on a free basis to avoid, to prevent the huge mental breakdown crisis that is being faced by people and the alarming rate of suicide increase that we are seeing because of this corona pandemic, because of the stress levels, fear levels, how to handle fear, how to handle stress, how to overcome these suicidal patterns of the pralaya. All this is being shared with all people without any bar or discrimination by Kailasa's volunteers day and night. The infrastructure to accommodate thousands of people is already ready and has been opened out across the de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa across India. The accommodation is as guided by Devi Parashakti and as explained by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Paramashivam, in the form of multi-layer quarantine, as has been admitted by even governments worldwide. Home quarantine is not an option that is being feasible, that is actually doing what its intended job was, which is to restrain the pandemic's outbreak. home quarantine not a feasible option, especially in India, given the demographics and the distribution of the population, and hence multi-layer quarantine option. Kailasa, the only nation, and Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassy is the only COVID care protection centers which can boast of zero death and zero infection across India, in spite of the noble efforts of various institutions, various governmental facilities. The one thing that Kailasa has been able to provide, with the grace of Paramashiva and Devi Parashakti, being able to provide this multi-layer quarantine facility and its slew of support services, ensuring zero infection and zero death. And even though these statistics are to its glory and its micromanagement being directly done at the highest level, emergency ambulances and ICU on wheels, all the readiness being taken care so that in the eventuality of some emergency, Kailasa is ready to handle the same. Personal protective care medical equipment being provided to all the people who are availing of this COVID care protection center. Food security management being provided through food banks. Organic farming being practiced so that the de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa across India are self-sufficient, not only self-sufficient, but also able to provide, as per the Veda Agama's injunctions, organic, sattvic, nutritious food, which is based fundamentally on ahimsa or non-violence to one and all, not just to human beings, but to one and all. So, if you would like to avail of these protection care center and align to what Devi Parashakti has revealed in extreme detail, how to handle this COVID-19 pandemic, and the only priority, as Devi has said, to keep oneself alive till the end of this year, please register yourself now through this link, kailasa.org/kailasacare. Let us take a few minutes to register ourselves through this link right now.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Kailasa. Listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa.
I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model community. Kailasa, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Peethas all over the world.
All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. We will make the whole planet flourish. We all have to coexist together.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. Stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Kailasians.
I want the whole world to know Hindu serves
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
contribute to the world.
We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you, and make you interested in enlightenment time. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost. What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not
by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasa, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Peethas all over the world.
All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om
Nithyananda, welcome back to all of the viewers who are joining us for today's program.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyanandam, welcome back to all of the viewers who are joining us for today's program. As we continue into the next and further segments, we have been presenting each and every one of you and using this platform on Nithyananda TV, Kailasa TV, and all of the platforms that we have on social media, and requesting for the time of all of you. No matter how busy your day is, we understand, but thank you for giving your time for each and every one of us women of Kailasa to share the stories of victims who have survived the most brutal assault in the hands of the anti-Hindu terrorist forces. Over the last 10 years, we have seen the most brutal, inhumane sights and been survivors of violence that honestly we never thought could be possible, and violence that we are still discovering has happened to us and to many of the members of our worldwide global community. So every single day, we've been presenting, taking a few minutes in the time, in the program of every satsang, every program, in order to present to you the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the women, devotees, the sannyasis, rudrakanyas, yoginis, Bhairavis, and all of the different orders of the Sovereign Order of Kailasa, and sharing with you our story, sharing with you the story behind the huge contribution that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made. Behind it, how much he has sacrificed for each and every one of us to have a extremely powerful life, to manifest superconscious breakthrough, to manifest a higher ambition in our lives amongst so many draws, so much of suffering on the outside in the whole world. We are seeing now how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is doing the most in order to protect Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and also in order to protect Hindus from the impending doom that awaits outside, even just outside of their doorway, with the Kailasa COVID care centers opened across India. And just now in the previous segment, the administrators from Adi Kailash Sarvagnapitam, Manitya Achalananda Swami and Manitya Pranapriyananda, had explained to each and every one of you the updates, the making of the history of Adi Kailash. Adi Kailash, the place where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had revived a beautiful ship in order to help us all sail through the Pralaya. He energized this as a hub of superconscious energy for the whole world. And it is from there, from the Garbha Mandir of Nithyanandeshwara and Nithyanandeshwari, where continuously the services are offered and the superconscious energy is brought to the whole world. Now, in this next segment, we'd like to continue presenting, and joining with me today will be a few of the other sannyasis, Rudrakanyas, and others who have been survivors of the most obscene and most dehumanizing attack against all of the indigenous women of Kailasa. Today, we are presenting to you on the lawfare and the media trials that have gone against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Lawfare is a tactic that the terrorist forces across the world have used in order to continue oppressing a certain minority, marginalizing a certain sect of society, and continue enslaving them to their own purposes. Lawfare is often a tactic in order to also isolate the strong and leaders of a community to be isolated from their community, from their minority, from their population, and therefore be unable to make sure that they are able to lead, able to sustain their whole community and lead them in the attacks against them. Over the last decade, we have seen more than 200 cases, false cases filed against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and his disciples in order to weaken the entire mission, in order to carry out their plan to destroy the entire mission that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is doing to revive the nation of Kailasa. This technique, this tactic, strategy is a criminal mindset that rips apart a community, leeches the resources, and makes all of the resources go into fighting the lawfares, the extremely incessant cases that have been filed as an attack against one certain community or an individual. And all the resources go into that and then distract from the people that need to be attended to, the ongoing work and services of Kailasa, and also in many other places. And there are so many different examples that we can take for an oppressive society, an oppressive force using lawfare against a community and against certain individuals. The first example is a part of the apartheid in South Africa, when the oppression and the forces against the minorities and the marginalized communities had arrested their leader, Nelson Mandela. They were just literally tearing apart the whole movement. And in order to make sure that the oppression of that minority continues and their they're continuing to leech the resources from them. They're continuing to prolong and perpetuate the acts of violence against a certain community and the acts of discrimination and oppression. We also have seen how lawfare has been used and illegal arrest has been used in even the civil rights movement of the United States, when Rosa Parks and Martin Luther King Jr. were arrested while they were leading the most peaceful protests in order to have equal rights for their community, in equal rights for the African American people of America, and also ensure that the women, children, and everyone ensure to find a safe place in their homes, in their community. While they were forefront advocates for peace and equal rights and the rights of all women and children, they were still attacked in order to make sure that they were isolated from the communities and the minorities that they lead, and then they were kept away from the communities in these illegal arrests, and this was used as a tactic in order for the oppressive forces, the terrorist forces, to continue their oppression, to continue enslaving and leeching the resources from a certain community. And we've also seen this in many other examples, and this, of course, is just one example that we're bringing forth. In the same way, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who is the world's foremost advocate for Hindu people and the global Hindu diaspora, as well as the rights of women, the rights of each and every human being to empower themselves to their infinite potential and their original consciousness. And as the advocate and the ambassador for Paramashiva himself, he is the sole hope for Hinduism itself to survive. And yet this tactic of lawfare and illegal arrest was used against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as well as the leaders of the community of Kailasa, that in order to detain and oppress and disempower the entire movement for the revival of Kailasa. Now, in the previous segment, we have been presenting to each and every one of you what happened in the year 2012. What were the exact attacks? Now, the year 2012 saw victory that was absolutely celebratory in Kailasa when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam, and millions across the world who worship the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as their divine mother and as the embodiment of Devi Meenakshi were all absolutely joyous to see that Meenakshi once again had incarnated and been coronated in her rightful throne as the head of the Kailashonata Shamala Pita Sarvagna Pitam in Madurai. However, the oppressive forces, the anti-Hindu militant forces, were not okay with this and were actively trying to disempower the movement of Kailasa, and they had, at that point in time, filed more than 50 cases in just a matter of a few months against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the revival of Kailasa, and then also planned, strategized, and conspired for a brutal raid of the Adi Kailasha Sarvagna Pitam, and which resulted in the violent attacks of many women and children in the Adi Kailasha Sarvagna Pitam in 2012, and also the arrest of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as well as 16 women sannyasis, female sannyasis, who had actually been victimized by the attackers, by their attackers and the leaders of the anti-Hindu militant forces. Again, today, we'd like to share with each and every one of you the truth behind what happened in 2012, present how what was shown in the media, what is not known to the world, and present how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had continuously been making himself available even in the times when he was isolated away from his community, when he was literally kidnapped by state-sponsored elements and made to undergo the worst torture. Not only this, how? Just because we decided to be disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, how women of Kailasa were brutally raped, assaulted, even somehow arrested then by these attacking forces, by the anti-Hindu militant forces, and how they had literally strategized for this entire attack to happen. Joining with me here today, in order to explain, is one of the survivors of this calamity, of this event that happened in 2012, Manitya Bhaktikananda Swami. And she has shared with us up until now about what happened in 2012. I hope that Ma Bhaktika Swami can give all of the viewers just a quick recap from the previous segment about what we had explained, what we had gone over, and then we can continue to explain what happened in the arrest. And Ma, as one of the women who were arrested in that time, if you can share with us what was going on, what you witnessed and what you saw, and also if you can share what exactly happened for all the viewers to know about the truth.
Yes, Ma. Nithyanandam, dear viewers. And now we continue with the details of the persecution, the attack that happened in the year 2012. Around the period of June and went on till the end of the year. Once again, displacing all of us from the monastery, especially the women. We've recalled how in 2010, we were displaced through the most brutal attack where our own home, our monastery, was just burnt, razed to the ground, and we had to leave our own home, our monastery. And in 2012, another huge multi-pronged attack was launched, where once again, we were forced to leave our own home. So we saw in the previous Pre-Satsang segment how on the 7th of June and the 8th of June, we experienced a totally shocking attack that dawned on us from a combined effort of the media mafia and other machineries of the state, unfortunately. On the 7th of June, we saw how when we had actually called for a press conference to communicate to the people at large through the press personnel, trusting that the press would reach it to the people. We wanted to communicate through the press to the people how, regarding the false rape charges on Swamiji, the false rape accuser, her medical records were actually procured legally through the judicial system, and it revealed that she was a carrier of 4 STDs, sexually transmitted diseases, which straight away disqualified her false rape charges. Because according to her own medical records, a carrier of such 4 STDs could not have had even one physical relationship with a person without successfully passing it on to the person. And we have on our side the clean medical records of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism carrying or ever carried any such sexually transmitted disease ever. So it was a clinching evidence which we wanted to share to the people at large to finally bring justice to the decade-long case the false rape case going on in the name of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and for justice to prevail. So this press conference was called on the 7th of June. And when the press conference started and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was actually on the stage, just about starting to convey this clinching evidence, we had a person by the name of Ajit Hanumakkanavar from the Suvarna television, who was right there, who had actually positioned himself in the first row. After we saw the attack unfolding, we saw how strategically they had planned the whole thing, because Ajit was seated in the first row and he had all his henchmen around him, about which we had no clue. And he started advancing towards Swamiji on stage with an unidentified package in his hand, and which we later discovered as an anthrax bomb package. So he started advancing towards Swamiji and, saying something like, sir, we thought you are evading a summon from a foreign court, and I'm here with it. And it just took all of us by surprise. And Swamiji started clarifying that there is no such summon, and I've never evaded any summon. And first of all, there is no such summon from a foreign court. But this individual started advancing towards Swamiji with the package in his hand. And soon a few of us rushed to him, and we had to stop him and tell him to please leave the premises, because it was, first of all, even if whatever he was saying is true, he was a press personnel and he had come for a press conference, and a press personnel does not serve a summon, even a false summon. And
Exactly.
secondly, he was actually advancing towards Swamiji in a very aggressive way, trying to get the package onto him. So we had to just intervene and tell him, request him to please leave the campus. And then the moment we started doing that, the whole planned attack came out. His henchmen sprung up from their seats and they started assaulting all of us, especially the female sannyasis, and they started touching us at inappropriate places. And soon it was just a commotion, a complete commotion and attack from their side. And we had to rush Swamiji to safety on one side, and on the other side, manage the whole attack, physical, brutal attack that was happening. They were picking up the metal dividers, hurling it at us. They were picking up the metal chain that came along with the dividers, and they were beating us with it. And we could not get the police in on time as usual, to save lives. And finally, after they had destroyed considerably the property, as well as beaten so many of us and abused so many of us, finally the police came and then they left the campus. And we thought we had seen the end of an attack, but they were back on the 7th evening, this time armed with, and by the way, the Suvarna television was accompanied by the Karnataka Navanirmana Sene militant forces. And they were back the same day evening on the 7th. They jumped over our gates. They had a live OB van through which they were relaying the attack with false headlines as usual. And they actually broke and smashed the head of our administrator, who had to get 33 sutures done for a 3-centimeter cut on his head. And all this was happening right in front of our eyes. Our female sannyasis were attacked and tried to be molested by 4-5 militants at a time. And this happened on the 7th of evening, on the evening of the 7th. And then we called for another press conference on the 8th to convey to the people the previous day's events. But once again, when the press conference started, the same people, or rather different people from the same organization who positioned themselves under disguise as press reporters, once again broke loose and attacked, and really inhumanly turned the whole place into a war field once again. And once again, completely abused and violated the female sannyasis. In fact, there is a rape charge on Ajit filed by our own female sannyasi, whom he actually in public tried to molest her. And this happened on the 8th of June. And what happened after that was more and more shocking. So on the 8th of June, while we thought the second attack was also over, the third segment of the attack opened up, which we're going to see now. So on the evening of the 8th of June, at around 3:34, we were just restoring the campus after the attack in the morning. And I remember very well, I was there working on my laptop, close to the stage of the hall where the press conference had just had happened or rather not happened in the morning. And suddenly this police officer walks towards me and he says, can you please come with me? And somewhere in my head, I thought he was calling me to probably identify the perpetrators of the crime because I was present there during the attack. So I faithfully followed him and he took me all the way, and there was a van standing in our own monastery campus. And he gestured to me to enter the van. And I actually thought he was taking a few of us to the police station to identify people who they have probably arrested. But I was sadly mistaken because I entered the van, and before entering the van, there was a woman police who photographed me. And then she guided me into the van. And when I entered the van, so many of the Kailasians were already sitting inside the van. Even then I thought, okay, so probably we're a group of us who were present, when the attack happened. And so they're probably taking us to identify the perpetrators of the crime. So we all were sitting in the van, and trust me, Ma, we had no clue that actually what was happening was we were being arrested. It was a complete shock to us when we landed at the police station. Somewhere down the line, when we were proceeding towards the police station, it was only then that we felt things were a little fishy. And why would so many of us be taken to the police station and not a word was told to us? And they didn't even tell us why they were taking us. And finally, actually what happened before the van started was they were actually manhandling two of our female sannyasis, Manitya Shantananda Swami and Manitya Deepikananda Swami, and they were actually manhandling and pulling them towards the van. Now that was shocking to us, because if they were only calling us to identify the perpetrators of the crime, then why would they do that to us? Why would the police do that to us? We were really shocked, and we kind of got a clue that it's not what we were thinking. And they dragged both of them to the van and finally drove us all to the police station. And when we went there, we understood that actually they were arresting us. And why, how? When we were the victims, why would they arrest us? We just didn't know what was happening. It was just a complete confusion in our heads. And finally, we caught wind that Ajit Hanumakanavar, who steered the entire operations, the attack until then, had actually gone to the police station, and he had filed a false complaint on Swamiji and 16 of us, saying that we had caused life attack on him, and therefore we had to be arrested to give him life protection. It was completely shocking to us that people could go to this extent. We were the victims here, and we were actually arrested, saying that we had caused life threat to the attacker, and the police went with it. With not a word asked, 16 of us were arrested and taken to the police station. Yeah. And yes, ma'am.
I'm very sorry to interrupt, ma'am. I just wanted to reiterate to the viewers that even in the most criminal cases that we have seen, that where people are not handling the victims of a crime, but actually handling criminals, it is shown how the police are actually required in many cases to tell what they're being filed for, what they're being charged for, why they're being taken away to the police. All of this is extremely is the protocol when it comes to and first of all, handling when you are when it's a police officer, when it's a state, when it's an authority manhandling, and literally without even a word, making them come to the police station and then not even telling that you're under arrest. I'd like to reiterate to the viewers how absolutely appalling this is. This is a crime of the first order. When we see how they have treated the sannyasis, the women, and of course they're not going to know anything. They're not going to, of course, course, they are the victims of the whole events that happened the previous day, many of them being brutally assaulted the previous day, and even brutally assaulted, molested, sexually abused, and all of this broadcast on TV. Even if you just had the slightest sensitivity to the fact that these were women who are victims, and sensitivity to that fact, then, and perhaps they had to investigate some other case that was going on. Even if it was slight sensitivity, we would see at least having been informed before taken away. But after the whole fact, after being manhandled into the van, then taken out, then coming to the police, only then do you find out even that you are under arrest. How can this happen? I just wanted to narrate it, emphasize to the viewers that this is not a coincidence. This is not a random, unconscious sequence of events that has happened. It's a planned attack, and we can see how the leaders of the anti-Hindu community, how the leaders of the anti-Hindu militant forces have planned every single step of the way. First, put a direct threat to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in front of him and attempt to assassinate. And then when that fails, then making sure that the women of Kailasa and the children of Kailasa are under threat, assaulting and brutally sexually abusing them. And then after that, arrest, when that also makes, after that, including continuing their attacks, arresting them, and then needing to completely isolate this whole group of women and arresting them illegally under false pretenses. I just want to again say how exactly what they have done in the movements of civil rights in the United States, where women such as Rosa Parks, for standing up for her right for equal rights, to sit anywhere that she wants. And now for the women who are standing up for our right to just live as sannyasis, to live the Hindu lifestyle, and never once doing any violent action, even after being victimized. Somehow they justify the acts of illegal arrest against us. So yes, ma'am, please continue. I just wanted to reiterate to the viewers what is going on here, and really tell again how this was a planned attack, a planned conspiracy, and also how this is not the first time that these kinds of blatant denial of human rights and denial of the rights of women and the denial of religious rights happens not only here, but in so many other circumstances. Thank you, Ma. Please go ahead.
I will never forget the feeling that we all had that day, Ma, the feeling of violation, where we were the victims. We were just 2 days, 7th and 8th of June, 2012, right? For 2 days, we have been under attack and abuse. And here we are being arrested and taken. It was just too shocking and too disappointing, on account of the officials who are supposed to give us life protection, who we're supposed to look up to when we are in trouble. And here they were putting us in trouble. Putting us not just in trouble, putting us in complete adharma, so much of injustice. Departments which we look up to for justice were immersing us in injustice. Then, what is the hope? It was just too violating.
Yes.
It was just too violating. And when we arrived at the police station and we realized that actually we have been arrested, and they asked us to sign on a register, just like how they would treat the criminals. All those procedures were done on each one of us, and they whatever they usually do before taking into custody, all that was done on us. And we were just made to sit and then so many of the, and then the worst part was in front of our own eyes, we saw Ajit Hanumak Kanavar walking in and, having a smile on his face and exchanging something with the police personnel. So it was all so evident and obvious in front of our eyes that they were all ganged up. And it was so disappointing to see him and them, sharing a joke and looking in our direction. And, it just got worse and worse. It couldn't get
absolutely humiliating harassment right there. That's what that is. I can see. Just once you've been attacked, after that, not even having the sympathy, not even having the basic human decency to see what you have done, what you have made another human being feel like, and like the amount of shame they will go through after. I mean, at least as a woman, how you were attacked, and then after that, being treated like just, less than human after that, I can see. Yes, Marcus, go on.
And it's not even like, they were not even behaving to the level of whatever you're talking now, Ma, actually, because it was all pre-planned. So there was no question of dishing out any human treatment to us. It was all pre-planned. So that was the level at which things were happening. And we got arrested. And the worst part was we did not know what was happening to Swamiji, because Swamiji was number one false accused in Ajit's, right? Just imagine Swamiji is on the stage in the press conference and Ajit is actually advancing towards him with this package in the hand, which we later discover as an anthrax package. And then he goes to the police station and puts Swamiji's name as accused number one, who tried to kill him, who tried to kill Ajit.
Yeah.
I mean, the level at which the attacks have happened year after year after year, if we just study the history, it has just been only more and more and more stepped up every time and more focused on the body, on the life of Swamiji, if you go to see, which is why he was ultimately forced to withdraw completely from the society, because the body of the incarnation is needed by the entire humanity, even the perpetrators of the crime. He has come to do good for everybody. So protecting the body of the incarnation is the responsibility of humanity, even amidst the play of demonic forces. So if the demons don't understand, but nothing can be done about it. He has to do what he has to do. He has to continue the avataric mission. So it is very sad that with so much of attack stepped up every time, he continues to serve humanity, forgiving, forgetting, and just moving on as if nothing happened, and protecting himself from them. I mean, it's such a paradoxical situation, Ma, for any incarnation, if you see the history of incarnations. And so we were worried what was happening to Swamiji, because we knew now they would be after him, after his life. But we also knew that there were a group of people who were not yet arrested. They were moving Swamiji to safety, right? So because we knew that getting an anticipatory bail was always a challenge for us, so that justice was not expected. If you recall, Ma, in 2010, Swamiji was illegally arrested. After 53 days, he got bail. Even a murderer gets an anticipatory bail today, right?
Exactly.
And when you apply for an anticipatory bail, actually a lie was told by the police personnel that he has already been arrested in Himachal, whereas actually, if you see the timings on the record, his arrest happened after the anticipatory bail session in the court. So with a complete lie, the arrest happened. And then he was given a bail after 53 days, something unheard of, where the justice has to be innocent until proven guilty. In Swamiji's case and in all our cases, it has always been guilty until proven innocent. First, they slap a false case on us, and then they say you are guilty, and then you are ill-treated. And until we fight and get justice, we are pronounced guilty, until we are left to fend for ourselves to prove our innocence. So anyway, we didn't know what was happening to Swamiji, but we knew a group was moving him to safety. And then they put the pressure through the media, forcing Swamiji. Anyway, Swamiji was coming back to get the anticipatory bail. He just had to move to safety temporarily because the whole attack was brutal, right? So when you know they're out to kill you, you don't go walk into their hands, right? So he was just away for safety for a few days, and then he came to get the anticipatory bail. And when he came to get the anticipatory bail, I'm going to start sharing now with the viewers some of the visuals to support what I'm just narrating. Is it visible? Yes.
Yes.
Right. So you can see now in front of you. So actually what happened was Swamiji came back for the bail, to get the anticipatory bail in the false case against him by Ajit Hanuma Kannavar. And deliberately, the anticipatory bail hearing was adjourned. No reason why it should be adjourned. It is just a simple anticipatory bail, and the facts of the case are there in front of your eyes, but his bail was adjourned to the next day. That was the first part of the plot in arresting him once it moved to the false case. So with no reason, no rhyme or reason, his anticipatory bail hearing was adjourned. And then the most shocking thing happened. When our people were going to take Swamiji back to the monastery, the police said it is not safe because they already had a huge mob outside, right? A huge mob was put in place outside the court, and these people are telling us it is not safe to take Swamiji outside with you all, so we will take him and bring him out of this huge mob and hand him over to you. And again, in all our innocence, we fell for it. And we handed him over to the police personnel who were supposedly taking him safely out of the huge mob that they only had arranged for. So amidst the huge mob lynching, they took Swamiji, and then they did not hand him over to us. They took him away to an unknown location. They called it protective custody. So it was actually an illegal arrest. And for 24 hours, we did not know where Swamiji was. They took him to an undisclosed location. We didn't know whether he was alive still and what the demonic forces might do to his body. It was just a 24 hours of hell. The residents tried to follow them to see where they were taking him, but they just moved too fast, and we didn't know for 24 hours where Swamiji was. The next day, when the anticipatory bail hearing was slated, they brought back Swamiji to the court in their custody. And what happened was, the hearing happened, the bail was granted, and once again, we were waiting to take custody of Swamiji at the court, but they told us there's again a huge mob, we'll just come near the border and hand him over to you, right? So our people started following the police van. So when they were following, instead of moving in the direction of the border, the van moved in the opposite direction. And once again, our people knew there was something up their sleeve. So they followed them and went, and they saw the van being taken to the DC magistrate's office. And before our car could enter, they shut the gates and locked it. So our people could not enter at all. So once again, they had Swamiji all alone with them in the DC magistrate's office for God knows what reason. We didn't know why they came to the DC magistrate's office after the bail was granted. If the bail is granted, you're supposed to go back home. But here they took custody of him again, telling us the lie that they are going to hand him over safely beyond the crowd. And they drove him to the DC magistrate's office, right? Here in front of you, you are seeing what happened then on the 11th of June. On the 11th of June, the chief minister ordered for sealing of the ashram and temple. Another shock landed on us. Why would they seal the ashram? What did we do? We were under attack, but the chief minister is ordering a seal of the ashram and the temple. And here you are seeing again a quick recap. of the way Ajit started moving towards Swamiji, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, with the package in his hand, going closer and closer to the stage. And here you can see, on the 11th of June, an illegal sealing of the ashram with no rhyme or reason was ordered. And a search and seize was ordered, and a curfew was enforced. And he said the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism would be arrested. It was just arbitrary, illegal, the entire operations. And it was just illegally enforced using sheer power. He ordered the arrest of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. He ordered search and seize of the ashram and temple property, and he ordered a seal of the Adinam. And they enforced a curfew where we could not congregate more than 4 people. 4 people could not come together in our own home, the monastery, right? Which means puja could not happen, because congregation happens for puja. It was all so well planned, ma. These 4 things landed on our heads on the 11th of June.
I'd like to draw a quick comparison to this illegal curfew that you're speaking about. There's so many in marginalized communities and so forth, even in the United States, when the Japanese had been subjected to internment camps, the same protocol of curfews, not having the people be able to congregate and be able to congregate in groups more than a certain number, all of these were the laws that the people had to be subject to. And I'm drawing this comparison so that people can understand what kinds of ways they were enforcing upon each and every one of us, and attacking on one side, using these enforcements and using these tactics in order to attack and continue their crimes and assault, victimizing the women and children of Kailasa ultimately. And you can see here, it's not a one-time thing that terrorist forces are doing. We as Hindus, now as we are relating, as we are telling this story, we have to understand that this is a tactic used in order to completely destabilize and destroy the entire revival of Kailasa that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is doing. Just destroy to the backbone, entirely crumble an entire civilization in the making. So just wanted to make that point, Ma. Thank you. Please go on.
Yes, Ma. You can see here, such beautiful worship prayers happen every day. And this was banned by the very government. It was so, it was totally unbelievable to us. And we could not even, group and talk to each other. Immediately the officials would come and say, move away. I mean, we just could not even imagine the layers and layers of illegalities being heaped on us, and then, so this happened just before Swamiji came for the anticipatory bail. So this is on 12th of June, 2012. You can see the media screaming with the headlines very gleefully, saying the CM orders sealing of the Nithyananda ashram. And you can see here, following protests over the activities in the Bidya ashram of controversial godman Nithyananda. I mean, these kind of, when you're now hearing the raw truth as it happened, and when you read these headlines, at least now we need to wake up to how news is made. At least now we need to understand how what happens in reality and how the headlines and the news lines are created, right? It is so vicious, so venomous, and so against life itself. So every single paper had
exactly, literally the words were, sorry to interrupt. Yes, literally the words they're using, everything is direct opposite to what happened. They're saying following the protests where they themselves send the anti-Hindu militants, they attack the women and children. And then in the media, they say following the protests of the activities, when the activities, of course, are absolutely peaceful service activities, and they're the ones creating the violence. They're the ones who are imposing the violence against us. How the media has completely morphed that. It is absolutely beyond and gone the kind of ethics in journalism that they can and should have to keep. But there's no question of journalism, or there's no question of ethics when it comes to this cheap way of the way the media has completely morphed the way what was going on, the reality of it.
It's too cheap, Ma. That is the word. And here you can see in this article the goings on in the ashram. The chief minister has sought a detailed inquiry into allegations against Nithyananda, the goings on in the ashram. When they repeatedly use such words, it is the media mafia that creates a bad taste deliberately around the ashram and makes it appear fishy and makes it appear as though there are goings on and whatnot. Yeah, so every word is crafted, if you can see.
Exactly. The media is here one of the main players of how these attacks are happening again and again, because the public doesn't know, the international courts and the international media doesn't know about what exactly is happening with the victims and everything, because on the outside how they're projecting it, the responsible members of the responsible department for communication, for telling the real story to the whole world, is completely morphing this whole story, and the anti-Hindus are owning this entire media nexus, and the whole story is being told in a completely different way, thus perpetuating the crimes against women and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, which have been happening until even today, when again by the anti-Hindu forces.
And Ma, the impact of this, even until the pre-COVID period, I'm talking about 2019, yes? Even up to 2019, as a result of such systematic media mafia headlines, false news lines, we have had people asking us, if you recall, oh, is the ashram still functional? And is the ashram open? It's open. I mean, it's a shock to us because of these kind of headlines all the time saying sealing and, under attack, and all activities have come to a standstill. And
against the activities, as if the activities are, as if there are actually people who are protesting what is going on. Whereas the truth is that there's absolutely no one who is protesting. Because of the media, they don't even know that the Adinam is open, alive, and continuing its peaceful services.
So actually, a lot of people are still thinking that the ashram is non-functional, whereas the truth is millions of people are being served every day. So that shows the kind of brainwashing that the media mafia is capable of doing. The power right now in its hands to brainwash people over and above the reality that is happening, which is the whole danger when people consume the false news. Their life decisions, they base on such kind of media mafia activities. So it's really time the people woke up to the whole strategy and the way of functioning of the media mafia. Of course, sections which turn out to be media mafia, there are responsible media still, but unfortunately, a large chunk of them have resorted to such TRP tactics, not caring about the lives that are being destroyed and the possibility of a huge population around the world, enhancing the frequency of their own life with the presence of the incarnation on the planet. Just think the number of people who have missed out on following Swamiji just because they consume the false news, just because they've not heard the truth. It is really sad.
And the thing is, at least now, after a decade long of continuously fighting, continuously seeking justice in some way or form. We have gone so many places. When in India itself, we have been filing cases. All of the survivors of different kinds of assault, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, and trying to receive justice in some way or form, either through the judiciary or different humanitarian organizations. And we've tried international means as well. Now today, at least the UN has recognized the persecution against us, has recognized, and at least the Human Rights Commission of the United Nations has listed Kailasa in among the indigenous communities that has been persecuted, as well as a Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism who has been persecuted for his advocacy and his foremost stand and empowerment of women. At least in one way, we found a voice, we found a platform, a legitimate platform, and we've been recognized. Now it is up to each and every one of us Hindus who find value in what the Hindu lifestyle we are living and see the good the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is doing through the revival of Kailasa. Now we need to ensure the whole world knows, every media channel knows, every single organization, Hindu leader, and all of the people who dare to attack either on media or social media about the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. They know that the persecution of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been recognized. Now, it has come time to conclude this segment. We hope that each and every one of you share this link share the link provided in the scroll below for the link for the place where you can find the UN report recognized by the UN, where the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was officially recognized by the UN. Please share that, take a few minutes today and share that with all your families, friends, and in any place that you think it will make an influence, make it known to the whole of humanity. And also, now we'll be proceeding to the next segment of today's program and be able to be witnessing and imbibing the powerful cognitions of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in the next program, in the Alive Satsang with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And stay tuned following that for the Power Manifestation segment. Thank you to all of the viewers for listening. Please stay tuned, and we'll be back after a short break to proceed with the next segment.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
बंधवे नमो नित्याय नाम सोषितान मध्वबांधवे नमो नित्याय पामरेतर प्रधान बंधवे नमो नित्याय कालभीत विप्रबाल पालते नमो नित्याय शूल भिन्न दुष्ट दक्ष पालते नमो नित्याय मूल कारणाय दयाल बालते नमो नित्याय इष्ट वस्तु मुख्य दान हेतवे नमो नित्याय दुष्ट दैत्य वंश धूमकेतवे नमो नित्याय सृष्टि रक्षणाय धर्म सेतवे नमो नित्याय अष्टमूर्तये वृषेन्द्र केतवे नमो नित्याय आपदत्रिभेद डंक हस्तते नमो नित्याय पापहारि दिव्य सिंधु मस्तते नमो नित्याय पापधारिणे लसन्न मस्तते नमो नित्याय शापदोष खंडन प्रशस्तते नमो नित्याय नित्या हरे नित्यानंदा हरे नित्यानंदा नित्या हरे व्योमकेश दिव्य भव्य रूपते नमो नित्याय हेम मेदिनी धरेन्द्र चापते नमो नित्याय नाम मान हृद्दुरापते नमो नित्याय ब्रह्मगेन्द्र कुंडल प्रसिद्धते नमो नित्याय प्रणीत पद्धते नमो नित्याय जिह्वकाल देख कामनाशनाय शुद्ध कर्मणे नमो नित्याय सामगानचाय नमो नित्याय सामजासुरांगलब्धचर्मणे नमो नित्याय जन्ममृत्यु घोर दुःखहारिणे नमो नित्याय चिन्मयैकरूप देहधारिणे नमो नित्याय मन्मनोरथावपूर्तिकारिणे नमो नित्याय सन्मनोगतरे नित्यानन्दा नित्या हरे नित्यानन्दा नित्या हरे नित्यानन्दा नित्या हरे यक्षराज बन्धवे दयालवे नमो नित्याय दक्षपाणि शोभिकाञ्चनालवे नमो नित्याय पक्षिराज वागहृच्छयालवे नमो नित्याय अक्षिपाल वेदभूततालवे नमो नित्याय दक्षहस्तनिष्ठ जात वेदसे नमो नित्याय अक्षरात्मने नमाध्वडौजसे नमो नित्याय दीक्षित प्रकाशितात्म तेजसे नमो नित्याय अक्षराज वाहते सतां गते नमो नित्याय ते नमो नित्याय अङ्गजारये करे पुरङ्गते नमो नित्याय नीतितक्षणप्रदान हेतवे नमो नित्याय आकिताग्निपालकोक्षकेतवे नमो नित्याय देहि कान्तिधूतरौप्य धातवे नमो नित्याय गेकदुःखपुञ्ज धूमकेतवे नमो नित्याय रक्षदीन सत्कृपा कटाक्षते नमो नित्याय दक्ष सप्ततन्तुनाश दक्षते नमो नित्याय रुक्षराजभानुपावकाक्षते नमो नित्याय रक्ष मां प्रपन्नमात्र रक्षते नमो नित्याय यङ्कुपाणये शिवङ्कराय ते नमो नित्याय सङ्कटाभ्यतेन किङ्कराय ते नमो नित्याय अङ्कभीषिताभयङ्कराय ते नमो नित्याय पङ्कजाननाय शङ्कराय ते नमो नित्याय नित्या हरे नित्यानन्दा नित्या हरे नित्यानन्दा नित्या हरे नित्यानन्दा नित्या हरे कर्मपाशनाशनीलकण्ठते नमो नित्याय शर्मदाय वर्य भस्मकण्ठते नमो नित्याय निर्ममर्षिसेवितोपकण्ठते नमो नित्याय कुन्महेन तीर्णमद्विकुण्ठते नमो नित्याय विष्णुपाधिपाय नम्र विष्णवे नमो नित्याय शिष्टविप्रहृत्कुपाचरिष्णवे नमो नित्याय इष्टवस्तु नित्यतुष्ट जिष्णवे नमो नित्याय कष्टनाशनाय लोकजिष्णवे नमो नित्याय अप्रमेय दिव्य सुप्रभावते नमो नित्याय सत्प्रपन्न रक्षण स्वभावते नमो नित्याय मुक्ति दिव्य भोगदायिने नमो नित्याय शक्ति कल्पित प्रपंच भागिने नमो नित्याय भक्त संकटापहार योगिने नमो नित्याय युक्त सन्मनः सरोज योगिने नमो नित्याय अंतकांतकाय पापहारिणे नमो नित्याय शन्तमाय दन्ति चर्मधारिणे नमो नित्याय सन्तताश्रितव्यथा विदारिणे नमो नित्याय जन्तुजात नित्य सौख्यकारिणे नमो नित्याय शूलिने नमो नमः कपालिने नमो नित्याय पालिने विरिञ्चि मुण्डमालिने नमो नित्याय लीलिने विशेषरुण्डमालिने नमो नित्याय शीलिने नमः प्रपुण्यशालिने नमो नित्याय मुक्ति मुक्ति दिव्य भोगदायिने नमो नित्याय शक्ति कल्पित प्रपंच भागिने नमो नित्याय भक्त संकटापहार योगिने नमो नित्याय युक्त सन्मनः सरोज योगिने नमो नित्याय नित्या हरे नित्यानन्दा नित्या हरे नित्यानन्दा नित्या हरे नित्यानन्दा नित्या हरे
ओम जय नित्यानंदा जय
ॐ नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवसमारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरि पराशक्तिमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम् I welcome all of you with my love and respects. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis, Shri Mahants, Mahants, Tanedar Kotari, visitors, viewers, everyone sitting with us all over the world. I welcome all of you with my love and blessings. Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa. Listen, listen intensely. Divya Sarira, the body, indestructible, effulgence, which is inside all of us. Please understand, this Divya Sarira is the core component of all of us. There is no person who does not have Divya Sarira. Everyone has a Divya Sarira. How much ever you think you are good or bad, you think you are God or demon, whatever you think, you have a Divya Sarira. That Divya Sarira strengthened, energized, inspired by sattvic food to the body, sattvic food to the mind, sattvic food to the consciousness. Enjoy this three in your life continuously. Don't worry about what should be negated. See, focusing on what need to be negated makes you very depressed, even feeling deprived. Instead, enjoy what need to be gained. Listen. I have always seen in this 40 years of my Chaturmasya, please understand, it has become almost 40 years now, coming Chaturmasya. This Guru Purnima is my 40th Chaturmasya. In my 40 years of Chaturmasya, Chaturmasya is the 4-year vow, 4-month vow. Chaturmasya means in Sanskrit, the exact meaning is 4-month. That 4-month vow, sannyasis take to replenish themselves, rejuvenate themselves with this sattvic energy, feeding the body with intense sattvic food, feeding the mind with intense sattvic food. Mind has a beautiful sattvic food. Feeding the consciousness with intense sattvic energy. And strengthening the Divya Sarira. The whole purpose of Chaturmasya is that only. These 4 months focused on that strengthening of the Divya Sarira. See, if the Divya Sarira in you, the self-effulgent light body in you, if that is strong, you are an enlightened being. You enjoy best things of the consciousness, your existence. You enjoy the best gifts of your existence. If that self-effulgent Divya Sarira gets more and more covered, you get deluded, suffer with the external world, delusions, delusion, whatnot, whatever. Now I don't want to get into the negative side description. If you miss strengthening Divya Sarira, what happens? I don't want to waste time on that. I only wanted to describe how to strengthen the Divya Sarira. Self-effulgent, Swayam Prakasa, Sutta Sarira, Daiva Sarira. All of us have. The methodologies to strengthen the Divya Sarira and manifest powers of Paramashiva, the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, and powers of Paramashiva. This truth is the message from Paramashiva directly to the whole humanity. Let me explain this truth, this message. Please understand. Yesterday, many people were asking me, Swamiji, in the pre-satsang, your sannyasis and sannyasinis and whole Kailasa and Sangha is explaining all the persecution you went through and so much of material evidences, facts are presented by them. What they are talking in the pre-satsang yesterday or last few days, and when you come for satsang, what you are speaking means what I am speaking and what they are presenting, both are not even connected. Many people are questioning me. Listen, please understand. They are talking about what unconscious human beings have done to us. I am talking about what Kailasa is giving it to all of you. Please be very clear. My work, my responsibility, my focus for which I happened is to bring the greatest gifts from Mahakailasa, as I said, the ground zero, where decisions are made, where the consciousness is making decisions about the existence. I am straight coming from that space. Straight, I am from that space now. So I am sharing what Mahakailasa, Paramashiva wants to share with you all. I am going to give what I need to give it to the world. And what my sannyasis are telling in the pre-satsang hosting, it is true. I have been attacked. My sannyasis have been attacked. My sangha has been attacked. It is true. They are telling what the unconscious humanity has given to us. See, I wanted to share 3 things with you all. First, what I need to give to the humanity. Gifts from Kailasa. The signs of enlightenment, the signs of power manifestation, the signs of becoming superconscious beings. This is the essence of why life happened on planet Earth. Why living beings happened on planet Earth. My purpose is to give superconscious breakthrough for which living beings have happened on planet Earth. So all the gifts, I have so much to give it to all of you. And I tell you, this Aushadha science, the thoughts can be used to program plants, herbs. I have already proved this not only through me, through my Gurukul Balasans. My Balasans can talk to any rose plant for 10 days without touching the rose plant, make that rose plant drop all their thorns, not one. Hundreds of rose plants under CCTV camera. All my kids do is they go and sit and talk to those plants, relate with those plants, give them the love, feeling secured, energy and consciousness. Those plants just drop the thorns. I have proved this science multiple times, thousands of times, through many of my balasans, in many of my ashrams, and still I can prove, I can demonstrate even now. So this is the science. And now I want to tell you the next level. Any disease, the cure needed for the disease is a conscious energy which need to be inserted into your body, can be programmed into any herb, and that herb can be given to you, you will be healed. It's a science. It's a greater science. This science is called Aushadhi. This is the core science of materia medica of Hindu medicine. Understand? I have learnt this Aushadhi science from my 3 gurus. My gurus, 3 of them are masters of this Aushadhi science. Isakki Swami and Kuppammal. I always considered both of them as together, one being, because actually one being used both the bodies. I know for sure. Only one person used both the bodies. And Raghupati Yogi, We even have a beautiful photograph of Raghupati Yogi personally applying an Aushadha on one of his disciple. The disciple, I think, is from outside India, abroad. He had some paralytic attack. Just only in 3 days, my Guru has healed him completely with Aushadha and Narayana Swami Tata. These three masters of this Aushadha science gave me this knowledge. Of course, ultimately, Arunagiri Yogeshwara Paramashiva himself showered the whole experience and expertise. Listen. Herbs can be programmed. Plants can be programmed. Consciously programmed. This is the Hindu materia medica science. If somebody, it is 100 times more than getting any MBBS, MD or anything. Unfortunately, Hindus neither understood nor recognized due to the continuous persecution done on them, genocide done on them. All the knowledge of the Hindu tradition was destroyed, and even Hindus are made to lose confidence on the knowledge. And after a few generations of brainwashing, even Hindus feel all these are false, and they attack the Hindu gurus who are trying to revive all these great truths. It's like some part of your own body destroying your body, like autoimmune disorder. Hindus have been infected by the anti-Hindu elements with the autoimmune disorder. Part of your own body destroys your body, like HIV virus, this AIDS. That kind of a mental setup has been infused. Consciousness has been infused into Hindus. And unfortunately, due to this hundreds of years of persecution, this all made to look like a myth, fake stories, legend, or maybe long before, thousands of years before this science was there, but now it is not there, or it is not possible to revive. All these kind of ideas are inserted into the common Hindus' minds, and anybody who is trying to revive this science is beaten black and blue and destroyed. See, unfortunately, Hindus lost the understanding about this collective integrity. See, if a ship has to stay afloat, all the mechanisms in that ship need to stay integrated. It can be the maintenance engineer or the cleaning staff, captain, all the equipments fixed in the ship, everything, the machineries, and all human beings, all of them need to be integrated for the ship to stay afloat. A maintenance supervisor cannot say, I have done my job, but the cleaning staff is not doing his job. What can I do? Anyhow, if the ship sinks, I will not be blamed because I have done my job. If a maintenance engineer thinks he is a fool because when the ship sinks, he is also going to die. Not only is going to lose his job, he is going to lose his life. Please see the photograph of my Guru, Raghupati Yogi, applying Aushadha on a patient and healing him from stroke. Maybe he had a stroke and some problem in his spine. So Raghupati Yogi applied the Aushadha and healed him completely. I have seen the Raghupati Yogi's love and compassion. Now listen, let me tell you. For the ship to stay afloat and reach the place where it need to reach, everyone in the ship need to be integrated. It's called collective integrity. A maintenance engineer cannot think, oh, I have done my job, but the fuel manager is not doing his job, or the cleaning person is not doing his job. So if the ship sinks, I will not be blamed. I will not be questioned. I am safe. Let whatever happens to others, or whatever others do or don't do, what is there for me. That level of integrity will not work for the ship to stay afloat. This is exactly done by the Hindus. In the modern day, everyone says, oh, I have tried my best. I have done my best. But others are not doing. What can I do? I have seen this as a typical mold. Same narrative. Whether it comes to reclaiming the political legitimacy of the Hindus, or reclaiming their temples, or reclaiming their organizations and religious freedom, or any guru's organizations running. Please understand, any problem Hindus are facing, still being the slave. Please be very clear. Any Hindu not living under the Hindu constitution is a slave. This is a definition. How the Muslims are very clear. If you are not living under the Islamic law, Islamic constitution, you are a slave. So be very clear. Hindus should understand, if you are not living under Hindu constitution and Hindu law, if you are not living somewhere, please listen. Let me put it very clearly. If you are living in a place where Veda Agamas are the constitution and Manusmriti is the jurisprudence, you can freely declare, you can openly declare, you are a free Hindu. You are a Hindu with freedom to practice Hinduism. Anyone living anywhere where the Veda Agamas are not constitution and Manusmriti is not jurisprudence, you are a slave. At least realize it. Wake up to the truth, reality. What you should do, all that I don't know. I'll at least tell the truth. At least wake up to the truth. Be very clear about it. So whether you ask the Hindus, why are you living a slavery life? Why you don't have a religious freedom? Why your temples are not under you, it's under the government? Why your temple wealth is not used for running gurukuls, the Hindu schools? Why your temple wealth is not being used to develop and spread Hindu medicines? The most funny thing, many of the so-called Hindu ashrams and Hindu organizations run Christian medical institutions. They are not realizing we have a great Hindu medical science. Because the Hindu medical science is neither given legal legitimacy nor given social legitimacy. It's always under constant threat. Even though the Hindu medicinal system is its depth and breadth, everything is far more than any other medical system in the world. "2,000 years before, our guys have performed cosmetic surgery. The Hindu doctors and Hindu medical visionaries like Shushruta, many of the Hindu surgeons, if we have developed our science and retained what we developed, today the Hindu medicine would have been the most powerful. And Hindu medicine is always about the healing and cure. It has nothing to do with monetizing. See, the Hindu medicine is kept in pure form without economical agendas and political agendas. By being kept with the Brahmanas, neither the economical agendas of the Vaishyas can interfere, nor the political agendas of the Kshatriyas can interfere with the Hindu medicinal system. The whole knowledge was vested with the Brahmanas. And please, all of you understand, when I talk about the Varna, it is based on the quality of a person, not by birth. You ask any question to Hindus, why your medical system, Hindu medicinal system is destroyed? Why you guys are not having any respect for the greatest and oldest jurisprudence, the Hindu law Manusmriti? Everyone will have one answer. Oh, I am done, I am doing whatever I can, but others are not doing. What can I do? Exact answer. A maintenance engineer in a ship, if he gives, what will happen to the ship? That exactly same thing is happening to these guys. We need Hindus to start thinking with a collective integrity. not only I will do my job as maintenance engineer, I will make sure the fuel manager does his job as fuel manager. And cleaning person does his job as a cleaning person. We need that kind of an ecosystem for Hinduism to be revived. I decided very clearly that can be done only in a place where we have political legitimacy and political sovereignty. With the grace of Paramashiva, I got a place. Maybe small, but I got a place with a political legitimacy and political sovereignty for Hinduism. Hindu nation, Kailasa. Only in this place, this collective integrity ecosystem can be built. A maintenance engineer spends 60% of his working time for his job and the other 40% to integrate with other teams and make sure the other teams are also in integrity so the ship stays afloat. And I tell you, many of my Adinavasis who are still there in Adi Kailash or in our ashram, or some of the Adinavasis who left, many of them are highly integrated. Unfortunately, they are not trained in this vision, science of collective integrity. See, many of them are very highly integrated. They say, I have done my job. I am very integrated. Swamiji knows. What can I do if others are not doing? That is not going to bring the result if a maintenance engineer, even if he is highly integrated and he doesn't care about the fuel manager properly adding fuel to the ship engines, the ship is going to sink. And you may not, maintenance engineer may not be blamed, but he is going to lose his job and life. Many of the individually integrated people in my Sangha missed this truth. Only with the collective integrity, the ship can stay afloat. If not, you may not be blamed because you have been integrated. But the final result is not going to happen. You are also going to lose your job and life both. Thoroughly understood. Hindus have been beaten too long. And maximum, they have the energy only to be individually integrated. They don't have energy to manage the collective integrity. So only the captain has to be responsible for the collective integrity. The collective integrity, education and evolving a structure with a collective integrity. For reviving Hinduism, we need a place with a political legitimacy and political sovereignty. With the blessings of Paramashiva, Ganapati, Kalabhairava, all the gods and goddesses of Kailasa, Bhuma Devi, we got a place for Kailasa with the political sovereignty and legitimacy. We have a place. More than one place, actually. We have a place now more than one place. I tell you, I have to do it. I cannot waste time in blaming, in cursing. I don't have time for that. I'm already 43. I have to do it. Of course, the grace of Paramashiva, we did it. We have a place now. The base is ready. Now the collecting the individuals and organizing. Even now I can see I have amazing individuals who are so highly dedicated and integrated to me. I can name every one in front of me. If you see the integrity of Ma Divyananda, she is equivalent to a Nayanmar. Push Murugai and Saras Murugai. Sumati, Ma Parameshwara, Karunananda, Ma Paramananda. I can go on reading everybody. I tell you, I never praise Ma Pranapriya, her integrity. If I need a kidney, I don't need, I will never need, I am very healthy and I am going to live a healthy life. I am giving you, for example, if I need a kidney, I will take only from Ma Pranapriya, because she will not even repent 1 second, oh, I gave my kidney to Swamiji. That kind of integrity. But this individual's integrity will not be enough. We need collective integrity. There are so many people who gave their life to me, not just their wealth. They will even give a body organ to me if I need. If I need a kidney, I don't know how many people will apply to donate. If I need an eye, I don't know how many people will apply to donate. I have such highly integrated, dedicated, devoted people. But unfortunately, none of them understand that it is a collective integrity which is needed to make Kailasa successful. Not just individual integrity. Everyone is so happy and satisfied and fulfilled. I am individually integrated to Swamiji. Hey, that is not enough. I am telling you now. Pushp and Saras Murugai, I am giving you an example. Saras Murugai and Pushp Murugai, they gave all their wealth to me. Sarvavari Tyagis, not even 1 second they even felt did they do right or wrong. They know for sure giving everything to Swamiji is the ultimate right best thing. As I told, if I take a kidney from Ma Pranapriya for me, not even 1 second she will repent or think, or she will not even have a second thought. Did I do right or wrong by giving my kidney to Swamiji? never ever she will have a second thought. I have such highly integrated people. You see, these few names I uttered because they are in front of my eyes. And I have long list the names I have not uttered. But unfortunately, none of them understand just the individual integrity is not enough for the ship to stay afloat. It is collective integrity that is required. Pranapriya will not have any problem to give her kidney to me. She will not even have a second thought. But she cannot go for rounds all over the campus and make everyone work and keep everyone's integrity. Because she doesn't understand. It is collective integrity that keeps a ship stay afloat. Same way Saras Murugai. She will work 24/7 for me. But she cannot ask the other people in the team to work. I tell you, this is one of the biggest curse Hindus are suffering. Everyone feels, oh, I am integrated. I will do what I need to do. Others are not doing. What can I do? It is captain's responsibility in making collective integrity happen. Everyone to be integrated, not mine. Sometimes people in the ship, one side maintenance team enjoys the other side maintenance team failing, thinking, oh, see how we are victorious now, they are failing, and that side of the ship, such big holes are happening. Hey, if the water comes in and the ship sinks, all of you are going to die. Why don't you understand? Hindus lack this understanding. In every level, whether, see, a major 100 problems of Hindus, if you list, their temples are not in their hands. All the income, money comes to the temple. For spreading Hinduism is not used for that purpose. And all the wealth dedicated and donated for Hinduism by their ancestors is not used for that purpose. Somebody was telling me the other day, I am not talking about one state or any one country, and I don't interfere in any country's internal administration and all that. I am talking to Hindus to wake up. Wherever you are suffering slavery, you need to understand. Many of the wealth dedicated by their ancestors to revive and maintain Indians, the wealth is not being used. Whether it's a political slavery or the persecution Hindus suffering or not having the religious freedom to own their religious worship places in their control, not having the freedom to practice their religion as they want, as the agamas, their religious scriptures describe, not able to maintain and hold their religious organizations or religious wealth under them. You ask any question, any problem to any Hindu thinkers, think tanks, Hindu organizations, Hindu leaders, Hindus, whether common Hindu or Hindu thinkers. Ask them, any of them, these questions. Why the Hindu gurus are being attacked left, right, center through the hate speech, and systematically the Hindu organizations are pulled down, collapsed. And why Hindus are keeping quiet without defending the Hindu gurus who are the... See, Hindu gurus are attacked to destroy Hinduism. Please understand, the anti-Hindu elements, their goal, their aim is Hinduism. Because the Hindu gurus are defending Hinduism and promoting Hinduism, they are being attacked. And Hindus are not waking up to this truth. You ask any of these questions, this top 100 questions, top 100 problems. You list top 100 problems of the Hindus. Getting bullied in the cyberspace. So much of cyberbullying. All the major social media organizations are anti-Hindu, racist. So much cyberbullying, racist attacks on Hindus. They don't have their temples under their control. Their gurus are being attacked left, right, center. Every day one guru is pulled down with false accusations, false cases, lawfare, hate speech, very systematically. List all these 100 problems and ask these questions. Everyone will say, oh, I am doing whatever I can. But others are not doing. What can we do? We need Hindu leaders who understand collective integrity truth. It is collective integrity which is going to keep the ship stay afloat. Even if you have only 10 people in your team, if you are able to make that whole team collective integrity, your Kailasa will be successful. You can be head of a Kailasa and it will be successful. I tell you, in every level, I have to do my responsibility. In my responsibility, things to do list, foremost, first priority is to bring all the great superconscious gifts from Kailasa and share it with you all. That's my first priority. As I told, strengthening your Divya Sarira with the right methodologies, making your body sattvic through yoga, right aushadha and sattvic food, making your mind sattvic and powerful through completion, unclutching, Nirvikalpa Samadhi, making your consciousness powerful by that Sattvic Paramashivananda. Introducing literally the existence, conscious existence of Paramashiva. You just know Paramashiva is alive and he is in me. He is sitting alive, blissful, with his broad Swarupa. Paramashiva Paramburul. Knowing he is alive in you. Makes your consciousness sattvic. My first and foremost responsibility is to bring these great gifts to all of you. And to bring these gifts to all of you and share it with all of you, making all of you enlightened and enjoy. This is my first and foremost responsibility, and this is my first priority. My second priority, second work is making all my Sangha, people who have given their life to me, making them understand the great truth of collective integrity. As I told, I have the best people, most dedicated. One of the most sweetest message I received in last few days is Akil Kodali sending me message, Swamiji, please come to Satsang. I miss you too much. I could not control my laughter. Actually, this message from Akil Kodali has put such a wide smile on my face. Hey, this fellow having so much romance and love. I tell you, I have best people around me. Akil will give anything he has for me, will not even think he has given that to me. He will literally feel he is enjoying that through me. That kind of love. I have such highly integrated people. But unfortunately, all of them need to understand the importance of collective integrity. It is only the collective integrity which will keep the ship afloat, successful. Write 108 times collective integrity, collective integrity, collective integrity, collective integrity. Not selective integrity or individual integrity alone. Individual integrity is okay, good. But it is collective integrity. Only that can keep the ship afloat and successful. My second responsibility is making my Sangha, Kailasa, all the people who gave their life to me, who gave their individual integrity to me, making them realize collective integrity's importance. I think in all our ashram, in every room, we should put a small board beautifully. Collective integrity keeps the ship afloat, not just individual integrity. So, the people who are working in accounts department, distributing money, and the people who are working in Goshala and keeping the Goshala clean and cows healthy, happy, and the people who are doing the agriculture and growing the herbs, and people who are doing puja in the temple, everyone need to have integrity to keep the ship afloat. The collective integrity only will keep the ship afloat, making the people who declared their integrity to me, making them realize the importance of collective integrity. I have some people highly dedicated, like Sri Shantapriyananda. He will be absolutely obedient to Guru Vak. Anything I say, he will simply obey. But complete loose, cranky. He cannot even talk to others. Make a simple coordination. Even simple coordination he cannot do. Sri Shantapriyananda, write 108 times. Collective integrity keeps the ship afloat. Collective integrity makes the Kailasa successful. Collective integrity only will make my life successful. If one department fails, then be very clear, everyone is going to not only lose the job, lose the life, because the ship is going to sink. In all our ashrams, all our temples, all our monasteries, all our gurukuls, we should have a clear board. Almost like every hall, every room, even the devotee's house where you are literally living like an extended Kailasa, you should put a board. It is collective integrity that makes your life and Kailasa successful. People who can make collective integrity successful are the leaders. Working with others, whatever need to be done, making it happen. My second responsibility is teaching my Kailasa people the collective integrity. Third, my third work is making Hindus aware how they are being cheated, exploited, destroyed, hit, persecuted I tell you, one of the worst thing is Hindus are not even realizing they are being persecuted. They are under siege. Very active war is going on. Hinduism is the fastest shrinking, dying religion. Sorry for using the word dying. Fastest shrinking religion. Go and see the statistics. Don't try to come and kambusutufai here. Go and see the statistics. Hinduism is the fastest shrinking religion. Just see last 100 years track record. You will understand what I am saying. These three are my important responsibilities. Let me do my first responsibility. Inspiring, initiating, making all of you understand in every level working with your body, with your mind, with your consciousness, and experiencing Divya Sarira, the divine conscious body. Understand these few principles. These few principles which I am going to share with you all now are like universal. Sarva Bhaumya. Vrataha. These are like universal vows, universal principles. Sattvic means anything which awakens the qualities of consciousness in you, like extreme love, fulfillment, I tell you, when I manifest from Samadhi, the kind of the love and joy, excitement, intensity I feel. Actually, this withdrawing from the society, I am enjoying like anything. I am basically a loner. Enjoys is aloneness. I don't feel intimidated or disturbed by the crowd. Thousands coming. No, I don't feel disturbed. It's not that I hate people. No. But I enjoy my space, just being with me in Samadhi. It is such an extraordinary living joy, living experience of bliss, not imagination, theory, visualization, fantasy. No. Living, how you feel you are alive in your body. Bliss is a living experience for me in Samadhi. It is just alive. Anything infuses that bliss alive as living experience in you is sattva. That is what I call good food. Good food is sattva. Sattva is the good food. I am getting so many questions now alive. The live questions. Bhushanananda is asking, dear Swamiji, what more can I do to keep the boat afloat? Bhushanananda, first drop all your fears, delusion. Go back to Adi Kailash. Decide your life is to keep the collective integrity. Sincere decision, intention to keep the collective integrity is enough. That will inspire everyone. Please understand, anyone who lives in my Kailasa, all over the world, whether it is a Adi Kailasa or Salem or Biddi or Tiruvannama, anyone who lives in my Kailasa, naturally, they have declared their individual integrity to me. They don't need to be inspired. They need to see others are also working for collective integrity. So let me also work for collective integrity. That's all. We just need few examples who are sincerely working for collective integrity, then everyone will simply decide, yes, collective integrity is my life. Collective integrity is my life. Collective integrity keeps the boat afloat, keeps the ship afloat. They just need few examples who are sincere to work for collective integrity. Bhushanananda, go to Adi Kailasa, be an example. Through your sincerity, show that you want everyone to come to collective integrity constantly, holding the space, talking to everyone, reaching out to everyone, inspiring everyone, educating everyone about the collective integrity and how only collective integrity is going to make the ship afloat. Individual integrity alone is not enough to keep the ship afloat. You realizing and making everyone realize, that will only make the ship afloat. Bhushanananda, I know you are integrated to me individually, but you need to work for collective integrity. That is what is the real leader. Leader is a person who works for collective integrity. Not just individually integrated. As I said, I have many people who will just be happily ready to donate their kidney for me, but cannot go around and inspire others, ask others, work with others, and make others also integrated and make the collective integrity. I'm just seeing all the questions, live questions. Everyone is asking, how can we make the collective integrity happen? Actually, there is no manual for it. You need to start working with people. You need to start listening to people. You need to start bringing completion with yourself and with people. You need to start building team. We have a clear process. Manifesting everyone's reality. That used to be the syllabus for Inner Awakening 4th level. We had Inner Awakening level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, where everyone's vision, ambition is shared and everyone tries to help to make everyone's vision into reality. So that should become the ecosystem, the collective integrity should become the ecosystem of every Kailasa. Any Kailasa where the collective integrity become ecosystem, that Kailasa will be successful. That's all. maybe you can all think about collective integrity and have a Vakyartha Sadas about collective integrity. Not having collective integrity is the source reason and sole reason for all the problems of the Hindus. Any Kailasa brings collective integrity as the ecosystem will be successful and solve all problems of Hindus. See, when a collective integrity is brought, everyone in the team will be successful. Everyone will be successful. Simple, super determinism to have a collective integrity brings collective integrity. That's what I am doing. How much I am attacked, abused from externally and even from internally, how many ways I have been attacked. But super determinism to keep the collective integrity, that made the Kailasa successful. Kailasa happened. That is making the Kailasa stay afloat and successful. Let's do Vakyartha Sadas on this and bring all your questions. I'll answer all those questions tomorrow in the next satsang live. The next live satsang. I don't want to say tomorrow. Next live satsang. And also we will start the Parashakti, Paramashakti, Devi Bhava Darshan and Akashic readings. Soon. So with this, I bless you all. Let's all work on this collective integrity. Let's all radiate with collective integrity also. Integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Paramadvaitam, the Shuddhadvaita Saivam, the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness, and Kailasa of Paramashiva. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. The eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
श्रीकैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्तश्यामलापीठारूढ श्रीमीनाक्षिसुन्दरेश्वरा भिन्नस्वरूपा परशिवपुत्ररत्न कुमार गुरुमण्यतुल्यावतार श्रीपार्वतीस्तन्य
Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukhanam Kevalam Jnanamurtim
have manifested the powers of Paramashiva and simply proved the science of power manifestation that human can experience superconscious breakthrough. All he needs to do is surrender his identity and go into the oneness space of Paramashiva. We all can experience the ultimate space of auspiciousness and abundance, manifesting Kailasa the way Bhagwan is wanting each one of us to experience. Atma Pramana. Bhagwan, account of His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, this millennium's avatar's personal experience of power manifestation, Bhagwan's very own Leelas. Beautifully, Bhagwan has simply played the human role and manifested these powers of Paramashiva to show us, enact the whole scene, how a human can also experience the superconscious breakthrough. The Leelas of Bhagwan mapping to the Shastra and Apta Pramana. Here, Shakshi Pramana. Shakshi Pramanas are the experience of all of us, millions of disciple, devotees, followers all over the world, who have proved that science of our manifestation is all that which is manifested when Bhagwan initiates us. And Bhagwan has beautifully said, whoever comes to this Kailash courtyard, I myself will initiate you into the beautiful space of oneness, because my presence can be felt. Whatever Bhagwan has given, if we follow with simple integrity and simple obedience, simply we will manifest the highest reality as our reality. And Pratyaksha Pramana, clearly scientific study shows that we can all be in the quantum space, the Paramashiva space, and that is the thoughtless space where we can experience the quantum entanglement and manifest all the powers of Paramashiva. This is clearly stated in science that the thoughtless space occurs to a human 3 to 4 seconds and stretched into the higher number of seconds that Bhagwan says 21 kshanas, you can experience enlightenment itself. Yes, it is seconds. That's all it takes to manifest your enlightened space. How you fall into the sleep or dream, it's the same thing. We fall into the powerful space of enlightenment. Bhagwan himself as our reality. Let's see the Shastra Pramana, the scriptural reference for us to understand how we can manifest the powers of Paramashiva. This is from Sarvajnanatva Agama, verse 15.
Is taken from the Sarvajnanottara Agama, verse 15. Evamekatma bhavena samstitasya tu yoginaha sarvajñatvam pravarteta vikalparahitasya tu. Evamekatma bhavena samstitasya tu yoginaha sarvajñatvam pravarteta vikalparahitasya tu.
Beautifully, Paramashiva says, within such a yogi, establish himself in absolute non-dual oneness with Lord Shiva. One keeps himself free from all sorts of differentiating notion. The exalted superpower of all-knowing, Sarvajñatvam, gets unfolded in all its fullness. Bhagwan Paramashiva beautifully says how the collective integrity that manifest as our reality. When we are matured into understanding the higher science, we will be simply able to download anything that we are wanting, that any knowledge, any information, any of the things that is there on planet Earth can simply be tapped and downloaded. Bhagwan says, Gurukulam starts when power manifestation of downloading starts. When the Balasans were asked to sit on the stage and given the books which they have never seen and the question paper, it's not just books but question papers which they have never seen, and they have to answer just by downloading. And we made 10 of the Balasans sit on the stage and asked them the questions and they have to answer it. And they simply wrote the answers, and we saw them absolutely, completely out of their age, out of their knowledge, nothing. There is absolutely nothing they can do except download. And when we were put them to the test, they simply on the stage, they did an exam and they scored 40 to 60%. They didn't even know some of the languages and they scored 40 to 60%. It's not a small number. You can try it out. You can't guess and get it correct. That was absolutely stunning because we proved it that science of downloading is the right way to get educated. And simply Bhagavan says how Vivekananda took some encyclopedia and returned it in a couple of days, and the librarian was making fun of him. What is that? He just took the encyclopedia for sleeping. But Bhagavan beautifully says he was able to sit and answer. They did like a 10-hour question answer session on Vivekananda, and he was able to give reference, answer every single question without failing. And Bhagavan himself has done it many times, and he exactly says in the library, in the stack here, in the column here, in the book which has this picture on the top, you go to this page, please get that reference for me. And we'll be searching for that book. That is the amount of clarity we have, and that is the amount of clarity he has. And all of us can have the conscious breakthrough. Bhagavan beautifully says here, when that sort of differentiating notion are dropped. What are the differentiating notion? We keep assuming that others are beyond our understanding or our self. That is a perception that we have been got in the society. But the whole science is how Bhagavan says, everybody is a part of us. Everything is a part of us. If we understand that, we will be in a higher state of consciousness. If you say everything that happens is in a quantum, if you say electron, proton, you are vibrating in this different frequency, I am vibrating, and all these objects are vibrating in a different frequency. But everything is called electron and proton. And if you exactly map it to a clay dough, if you can see, if a clay is made a cup, a clay is made as a human, a clay is made as a laptop, a clay is made as a mother, father, brother. But everything, the whole ingredient is a clay. We know how we can dismantle it and make it like animals or do anything. That's exactly how we are functioning. We are made of consciousness, and we are projecting our life as unconsciously and driving ourselves crazy into all the sufferings. When we understand the higher science, how we exist is we are the consciousness. I can rebuild into whatever I want. Yes, I don't have a hand or a leg now, I can build it. I don't have a father, mother, or a house, I can build it. I want to shower all the wealth, I can do it. Because I know I am the manifester of consciousness and I can bring the reality. That is a beautiful thing, how we can exist. That is why all these knowledges simply download. Arunagiri Nadar, he was like into all the bad things that a person can do, and he was literally a womanizer, and he got into a worst disease, that untouchable disease that nobody could touch. He got fed up of himself, that he wanted to kill himself. He went on the Tiruvannamalai temple on the Gopuram and was about to jump, and there's a yogi walks in and holds him, and he says, why are you even touching me, and why did you catch me? I wanted to kill myself because it's so horrible. He says, no, you are going to download the whole science now. And then he initiates him. And after that, Arunagiri Nadar gave the Tirupugal to the world. It's the highest beautiful science to the world. All these references again and again say how it is a possibility in each of us. Adi Shankara, he was a little boy, 5 to 7 years, that's all. And he got a gooseberry. So he asked Devi Lakshmi to shower on this lady for whatever she gives, that as prasada. And he showered the golden gooseberries. But he was singing the Kanda Shashti Kavasham, which is the greatest thing. He started reciting the whole thing. Just like that. He doesn't have any other previous knowledge or any schooling to learn these sciences. Same way, Bhagavan, when he was in the womb, he heard his mother chant the Abhirami Andadi. So when he was born, and he was a very, very young child, about 3 years or 4 years, he was able to receive the whole Abhirami Andadi. Ramana Maharshi, he was Egasandagragi. Only once if he listens, he can recite anything, anything. He was such a profound space that he can just recite all these references. And he gave initiation to D.K. Pattamal, who was who's the greatest singer of the times right now in India, who was initiated by Ramana Maharshi, and she came for healing that she cannot speak properly as a small girl. What are the possibilities of each one of us? When we awaken to the higher space, we are auspiciousness, we are abundance, we are healing constantly the people and everything around us. When we hold that beautiful space, that's what it says, the supreme exalt power, all knowingness just get unfolded in its fullness. Gurukulam are all these sciences all about unfolding our knowledge, which we already know. It's already hidden in us. The search is all that we require. How you do a Google search, you can do a conscious search, and Bhagavan will simply download whatever you want as reality. And that brings such a gratitude for each one of us, how Bhagavan is waiting to download in each of us. The Atma Pramana, Apta Pramana. Apta Pramanas are the Rishis, Munis, Ganas, Nayanamas, all the stories. Here, Bhagavan's most favorite Guru Namachivayam. And Guru Namachivayam was born in Karnataka, and he goes to Tiruvannamalai temple. And Guru Namachivayam has no idea what to say, how to say anything. He just makes gesture and he prays to Lord and he goes off. He doesn't go inside. And every day he does that. And one of them who saw him that he was making funny gestures, they took a stick and started hitting him. He started praising the Lord in Tamil, that his deep compassion to get him out of his incompletion, that he cannot sing in Tamil, is being removed by the beating, and simply he is singing on Shiva in Tamil. Simply the door opened and everybody understood the greatest space of Guru Namachivaya. He had no idea about Tamil before that. Only thing even when he was getting beaten, he only had the gratitude to Paramashiva to download in him. That is the space we need to have. No differentiating notions. Only super determination, that collective integrity, that I am Paramashiva and everything that exists as Paramashiva. When you start holding that, simply you download. When Uddhava asked Krishna, what would we do that you are leaving, and how do we survive without you, and what should I do? Give me one lesson that will make me enlightenment. Krishna said only one thing: look at everybody as Krishna. That's all is required. If you look at everybody as Bhagavan's Dutas, Bhagavan Bhutas, Bhagavan Devatas, whatever you see in them as Bhagavan, that will make you the conscious space as ultimate. Now Bhagavan himself has beautifully narrated how he downloaded Hindi, the language Hindi.
Read the Akashic records. See, the possibility of the human life is what we call Kundalini energy. Possibility of human life. There are multiple possibilities in you. It is like in set-top box. You have the possibility of 170 channels. But which channel you open is up to you. Reminding you about your possibility. And I also yesterday tried one more funny thing. It was very successful. Trying to pick up Hindi through Akashic records. I was able to very successfully I can say at least 25 sentences I picked up. I just sent the Sanskrit statements. Usually I think in Sanskrit, means there is no individual free will and thinking, but the thinking is realized by my inner space first in Sanskrit, then it gets translated either into English or into Tamil. If I'm doing some administration work, that gets translated into English, Tamil. If I'm giving satsang, it gets translated into English. So yesterday I tried to send that raw material, that Sanskrit, into this Hindi software, and the statements came out. Kundalini is your possibility, the multiple possibility. After 25 statements, I think I myself got overexcited. So the moment I get overexcited, I fall into samadhi. The overexcitement leads to too much of completion. You can't have the gap between internal and external. So, the overexcitement. If you discover something new, how you get excited? Like that I started getting excited. So the moment I started getting excited, I saw very clearly the Sanskrit, that words go inside and come out as a diffused energy. The words are not coming out. It's like that vak, what do you call vocal cord in that area. From the being, the words enter, and by the time it comes out, it just becomes prana. It is no more a word. It is disintegrated to prana. Means gone back to the original source, the original form. So the original form of a letter is mantra. Original form of a language is mantra, the prana space. I know I'm throwing too many mystical details. Even if you don't understand, it's okay. I just wanted all this to be on record. When science evolves to scale spirituality, that time the scientists will discover the meaning of all these words. Till then, let all these be at least on record. Kundalini is your possibility. You letting your possibility happening in you. You trusting your possibility without self-doubt. You responding to your possibility without the self-doubt is Kundalini energy. Please understand. Each human being allows himself to be expressed, allows his possibility without self-doubt in one dimension, no doubt. Even if you are a useless fellow, to be useless in that dimension, you allow your possibility without self-doubt. Somebody allows their possibility without self-doubt in the field of cooking. This guy may be useless in all other fields, but in cooking, he has no self-doubt about himself. He knows any dish he sees, he will be able to make it. Some people will allow themselves without self-doubt in the field of medicine. Maybe an orthopedic surgeon or general physician or eye specialist or dentist. Somebody may express their peak possibility without self-doubt in the field of law. So every human being expresses his peak possibility, allows his peak possibility in some one field without self-doubt. It is not that you don't express in any field at all. No, then you can't be alive. Even to be alive,
At least in one field, you have to allow the Kundalini to breathe through you. Kundalini has to breathe through you, at least in one field. I have seen some people, they will be so cunning. In the cunningness, they will allow their peak possibility. In some field, you allow your peak possibility without self-doubt.
So beautiful. Bhagwan has beautifully given us the click where you allow one peak possibility, where you start manifesting powers. Here we are going to experience the power of translating unknown languages. And they have translated from the Sanskrit to English. Swarupa means one who is devotion to the truth. And beautifully that got downloaded and she was able to translate it into a foreign language. You can either translate English to another language that you don't know completely, or you can take a language which you don't know and then translate it to English. And you can use a Google translation. You're now going to become the Google translation yourself, and then you can verify with Google translation whether you got it right. So let's go to the guidelines and start the power manifestation. If you have a camera, please download the timestamp app and please record these great moments for yourself and for your future. And if you have the Jnananjan in your Kantamala, apply in your third eye and your temples. If you have a partner, you can ask the partner to write in a different language and you can download, or you can ask them to write in English and you can download in a different language. Make sure at least 5 to 10 words continuously are translated in the correct language when you use the Google translation to verify it. So now let's get into the meditation, deep meditation, few minutes of meditation. You know how the science is, how it says, it really gives you the highest prosperity, auspiciousness, abundance and everything, and bliss. So here Bhagavan is beautifully guiding us into the meditation, deep oneness with Paramashiva. Sit straight with the head, neck and spine in a straight line. Bring Paramashiva, Parashakti, Bhagavan's words, powerful words in the powerful cognition that he just told us about collective integrity and how just unclutch from everything. Bhagavan beautifully says, what you eat is what you belch. What you are constantly thinking is who you are. If you're constantly thinking you are Paramashiva, Paramashiva who resides into you is all that you can experience in life, you will be in the greatest oneness space, manifesting all the auspiciousness. Once somebody comes and tell you you are $1 trillion kid, how would you feel? What a gratitude you would have for them, and how would you feel? That's exactly feeling that I am Paramashiva, I am Parashakti, manifesting that powerful space. For few minutes, just drop your identity, sit with 25 heads and 75 eyes and 50 hands in the bhava that Bhagavan beautifully is going to land on you to manifest all the reality that you're asking for. Simply, he is going to manifest everything that you're talking about, your auspiciousness, your abundance, your wealth, health, healing, your job, your security, your relationship. Everything gets fulfilled when you sit with that space and drop your identity, which is not going to give us any of the help except constantly create confusion and chaos, and leads to more sadness and tiredness and boredom and disease and death. Be in the space, I am Paramashiva, I am Parashakti. Contemplate on the words that Bhagavan has just given us. Absolute unclutching and complete completion from everything that you know as your identity. Anything as your identity, drop that. And intensely connect to Bhagavan in the Shakti Pada and chant the Maha Vakya. When you're entangling with Bhagavan in the oneness space, simply you become that space because he is in the Samadhi space, the highest consciousness. When your mirror neurons, when you are thoughtless, the mirroring neurons catch the highest frequency and start making it as reality. This is a science. You have to chant intensely that you forget your identity, that you listen to the chanting deeply and melt in the oneness with Paramashiva, the bhava that you are experiencing. When you are in such a space, and Bhagavan's present in Kailash Kotyar that he said, Whoever has come to Kailash courtyard, I will manifest through them, simply becomes reality, and you can write down the words which are occurring to you as prasada from Bhagavan. Once you write it down, you'll be so shocked to see that you have translated into an unknown language which you have never ever heard before. So you can choose the language, you can choose the details, how you want to do, whether English to that language or language to that English. Whatever you are given as prasada, write it down, and whatever, don't judge. That is what Bhagavan said. Drop your self-doubt and be integrated to one dimension of you. You will see phenomenal things happening in that. And simply it will manifest all your space of Paramashiva in your life. So let's start chanting and intensely listening to the chanting and contemplating only on verbalization and visualization of Bhagavan. Deep meditation, oneness with Paramashiva.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda.
So beautiful. If you have experienced the prasada, whatever got downloaded, please open your eyes and verify with the Google translation if it is absolutely correct. Whatever you are getting it, if you got 5 to 10 words in a row, got it correct, then you have manifested the power of Sarvanyatva. And simply you can manifest any of these powers anytime, just becoming demo ready. If you have just got a couple of words correct, or you just felt your Kundalini energy, or you just felt the heat of the whole space which is happening as manifesting as reality, whatever you are experiencing, you are manifesting Paramashiva. That is what Bhagavan says. Whether you manifest the powers or not, You are Paramashiva. As long as you are breathing, you are Paramashiva. Even that dead body is in a way Paramashiva, which is manifesting as Parashakti and decomposing and becoming another soul and another body. All these greater signs, when we understand from a higher reality, we will appreciate it and we'll be in such a deep gratitude how much for each of the action that we perform, Paramashiva himself manifests through us as reality. Again and again, how beautiful the oneness space is. More and more you cherish the oneness space, your world becomes auspiciousness and abundance. How much you are in the oneness space, that much you are in the bliss space and auspiciousness. That is what Bhagavan says. Come, it is only collective integrity that you understand that higher science. If you're not able to find a parking lot in the first floor, if you go to 10th floor and you have thousands of cars, still you will be able to locate it immediately. That's because you're looking from a higher way of how life exists. Same way, when you look it from consciousness that you are Paramashiva, all the things which we are struggling looks just not even a impossibility, but it become redundant and irrelevant. That is what Bhagavan says. So holding that as a powerful cognition, and we'll have one more cycle to manifest the powers. Do not have any self-doubt when it comes to power manifestation, because that is also mind's work. Just drop the mind. Will you have a self-doubt? Am I going to sleep today or not? Am I going to wake up or not? Nobody has a self-doubt. In fact, if you wake up in the middle of the night, 2 o'clock, and you will be the most happiest, fulfilled person in the world. Nobody says, oh my God, I have to sleep 2 more hours. Nobody says that. Everybody is in such a bliss because you are with Paramashiva. How many ever days you are asked to do, how many ever times you are asked to do, there is nowhere we feel tired of sleeping or getting bored of sleeping, because the space we enjoy is Paramashiva. Bhagavan says you can enjoy that in the waking state. That's all. You don't have to sleep also. You don't have to miss any of the moments being with Paramashiva. You are Paramashiva and you are Parashakti manifesting all the reality. Hold that oneness space and chant the Mahavakya, and simply you will manifest the powers of Sarvanyatva, all-knowingness, translating from one language to another. So let's start chanting the Mahavakya intensely, few minutes. Put away your gadgets and be only in the oneness space of Paramashiva.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour. Let the Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
So beautiful. Whatever you have experienced, please share in social media. It can be your social media or tinyurl.com/powermanifestation. Again and again, we ask you to share your pre-satsang, your conclusions, your experiences, your collective integrity, and whatever you want to share as part of power manifestation. Please share and thank Bhagwan. All that he showers and again showers on each one of us, making sure each one of us understand to the depth of the whole thing that he is delivering. Again and again, making sure, and he's even given the homework and Vakya Sadas for us to finish and get back to him with the questions. The beautiful space that he's really grooming each one of us into manifesting the higher science, conscious space itself, Paramashiva space itself. So surrender all your powerful cognition and power manifestation to Bhagwan's lotus feet and thank Bhagwan and share it. Take 5 minutes and share whatever you want to contribute to others' life. This is all is collective integrity. If all of you every day make it a point to put a post on Bhagwan's satsangs and Bhagwan's beautiful blessings and healing and all the auspiciousness that he is showering on the humanity, take a time to just post the details that will be saving the humanity in a huge way. So make sure, thank Bhagwan and share to the world all these great truths that you have received. You've been blessed to be here and experience all these things. Please share it with the world. That will make the world a better place for everybody as a superconscious space, enlightened civilization. If you see a dollar sign at the end of the YouTube, please click on the dollar and donate to contribute to the Kailasa. Whatever you contribute to Kailasa simply comes and manifest as your inner space Kailasa. By offering 1 unit of your currency, nothing much was going to happen except expand your inner space. How simple task could make it happen? Yes, we have simple smallest tablet for sleeping pill, but it makes the whole night sleep. So all these great truth comes in a simple and easiest way possible for us to manifest the reality. Only we need the simple integrity and obedience, simple obedience by following whatever Bhagwan gives as our reality, and simply we will manifest all the auspiciousness and abundance. So thanking each one of you here and thanking Bhagwan from the deep gratitude to Bhagwan and ask from the deepest yearning to make Paramashiva as our existential reality. And let's end the session with a Purna mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamudashyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam Paduka Arpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you so much, each and every one of you. See you again after the next satsang, next darshan. Nithyanandam.